Welcome everybody to day 2 of League of Legends for CIE. I'm back, it's Boyce, and I'm joined by my lovely friend and Fanshawe alumni now, I believe. Melon, buddy, it's been a while. I miss you. How are you?
Good. Certainly has been a little while. But same as the old days. We're back on the cast together, League of Legends. Not doing it for Fanshawe, but that's cool. Good to see everybody else, what they're up to out there.
Yeah, first person I think I ever actually casted League with was you, so it is interesting to be on cast with you, and we are just waiting for draft to start. Of course, the two teams we're going to be casting today is UBC versus UAlberta, West Coast Showdown in the first round of playoffs here for CIE. I'm excited. I really don't know much about either of these teams. I got to see UAlberta play yesterday, and honestly, I've already forgotten how the game went. I'll have to remember which team this was when we get to see the names. But yeah, we are just waiting for draft to start. Any expectations going into today, Mel? Anything you want to see?
I want to see some of my locals do well. So I'm from Cambridge, and so Waterloo's pretty close for me. I used to go to Laurier. So seeing some of my local teams do well, that's what I'm up for.
Yeah, well, me not being from anywhere near here. In fact, I'm from the farthest opposite coast possible out in Newfoundland, so there's really not much for me to root for here. But obviously, I got to see Alberta play yesterday, and I'd like to see more. And it being kind of a local showdown for these two teams should definitely be interesting. For the game, we're just trying to resolve the draft situation. We might have a slight bug with the draft link. Just give us a moment. We'll be able to get in a draft.
Yeah, nothing can ever go too perfectly in these situations, right? But we're used to it. So once I get into it, I'm excited to see what they pick, of course. So you said there might be some memorable players over on UAlberta there possibly that you saw yesterday? Any big picks come to mind?
I need to remember which team was UAlberta, because I know there was 2 games that we had yesterday where essentially every game, whatever was picked R5, just dominated the entire game. I can't remember if this was the Gwen game where it was just like a completely unkillable Gwen. I have to see the usernames to remember. But we are finally into draft. That's taken a little bit of time, but we got it resolved. We are into draft. First 2 bands coming through, both targeting ADCs for both sides.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sure these are like the hype. Well, Jinx being hyper carry, and she's doing pretty good right now. Great thing to kind of shut off early into the draft. Lucian's got that early game aggression, so maybe we'll see them deviate towards something else in that area. As Volibear being the next ban, definitely a great juggernaut. Or I spoke too soon. It's Yone in the mid lane. Not going to be on the table this time around.
I remember which team this was now. This was the Gwen game, because both of these bans, I would not be surprised if Gwen comes through in these next bans or if they like ban it in second set. But I believe the game I remember seeing was the 3 champs that were just banned by UBC plus Nautilus Gwen or something like that. Like that was the comp. And it was just the Lucian played really well. They probably played Lucian in a couple other games, but it did really well yesterday. The Yone was okay, I believe, when I saw it. It was kind of overshadowed by the 2 unkillable members for the side of UAlberta, but bans finished out with Azir and Lee Sin on the side of UAlberta, and UBC's going to go for first pick Ezreal in the ADC role.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and as you were saying there, they've been doing their homework in that case, if they know exactly what to ban. As we see Seraphine become the first pick for UAlberta. Of course, they get 2 picks at a time, so we're going to see who they possibly build the whole lane against Ezreal, because they have an info on the board. They know who's going to be in bot lane over on UBC's side, so it's time to get that early counter picking in.
Now, if I remember correctly yesterday, the team that was facing UAlberta, we were puzzled because there was a Seraphine ban, like 4th ban on blue side with support already picked. Like they had already picked Nautilus, and Seraphine was banned out after. We were confused because we didn't know if there was like a pocket pick, like maybe someone's been like just spamming Seraphine mid or something. Like I don't know. But it's interesting to see it now in the first round of picks for UAlberta as well as Diana. I'm curious to see where the Seraphine. I want to assume the Seraphine's going bot lane, obviously, but I remember yesterday it was banned out with Nautilus already picked.
Okay, so yeah, as you were saying, probably some kind of mid-menace that they got there in Seraphine, and they're trying to keep it off of their roster this time around. But they made it in, they squeezed in, first pick for that matter. Well, first pick on their side. And Orianna comes out here possibly with the knowledge that either Diana or Seraphine's going to be up in mid. Unless it's the odd Diana jungle. That's not really the most popular, right? But you never know.
Yeah, there is some flexibility on the side of UAlberta right now. With the 3 members of the core that I remember seeing yesterday in Game 2 all gone, this must be a different look. So I'm not really sure what to expect for the rest of this draft for Alberta. But UBC, solid jungler, Sejuani, it's a very strong tank, always been consistent over the last couple of years. And either way, a good piece of frontline and engage. How will Alberta want to respond on R3? I'm assuming they'll probably match with ADC or jungle if Diana is going mid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's definitely a good idea because, like, yeah, this looks like a strong core on this side. You've got great damage dealers in mid and bot lane for UBC, along with an engaged tank jungler. They're going to bring their own tanky guy, Cassante, probably in the top lane for that matter. But yeah, he definitely can match a lot of those front liners and peel off for his own teammates. So they're going to have a really good kind of balanced interaction most of the time in those team fights late game, hopefully. But he can always break out that DPS in the last second. We know how he is.
Yeah, and it is going to leave the ADC role open to some bans for UBC if they want to get this Ezreal lane going very early game. You can ban out some of the harder opponents for Ezreal to lane into, and it looks like UAlberta wants to isolate the top champ pool to get rid of some of the counter picks into this Cassante, Olaf being the first ban for them. I'm still curious to see what UBC is actually going to target. So they're still banning jungle roles. So they do believe that the Diana is going mid and not jungle. So Xin Zhao is going to be banned out. The flex is still there. They could be just banning the rest of the jungle out to force the Diana to go to a role if we get rid of some of the other comfort picks for the Alberta jungler. I'm surprised that they're not targeting anything in the bot lane so far, other than the Lucian. Because there is a couple matchups I could see where maybe Ezreal might struggle a little bit. Ezreal is in a very healthy place, but there are still matchups that aren't very comfortable for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they have a lot of flexibility to really deal with him in this next couple set of picks. But here comes the final ban after we see another targeted top lane ban to give Cassante some breathing room there. Fiora's off the board, and the final ban may be Karma. Karma is out. So yeah, they are... It's interesting. I think there is some sort of Seraphine mid lane fixation
there's some flex going on here because we're banning Karma. Karma's another flex though. Karma could go support or mid. I mean, it was very strong being flexed literally everywhere a couple patches ago. So we'll have to see. I think these next picks should show where Alberta wants to go. Being on red side, so this would make it pretty clear that Diana is in fact going mid. Graves in the jungle for UAlberta. That's a lot of damage, especially as the game gets later. Graves is a very, very strong, just fighting jungler. But what I'm really seeing is outside of, Seraphine has like ultimate engage, Diana has the ultimate engage. There's no just like point and click CC on the side of Alberta. So what I'm almost curious is this like Seraphine ADC and are we going to get like double mage bot lane? Because there needs to be some more engage on the side of Alberta right now, and Camille is a very, very spicy pick. I've been seeing a lot of Camille lately, and both support and top lane, so I'm curious. I don't actually know where we're going to see it. Probably top lane, but it could be either one. Yeah, so top lane, Thresh going to be paired with the Ezreal, and now this 5th pick for Alberta is going to give everything away. Where are we going to see things? Is it going to be a double mage bot lane? Which might actually be the case.
It seems decent into these tanks, kind of keep them away while they give their damage some time to breathe. But they're really sort of a melee or short-range focused team minus Seraphine at the moment. So they might want to complement that with something. Another tank.
I really don't know what to expect on this 5th pick.
Okay,
we're getting a double mage bot lane. Okay,
all right.
So Seraphine ADC. This makes a lot more sense for yesterday. Now we never bothered to look into this. We were curious because of the Seraphine ban after Nautilus had been picked. That makes sense where we're trying to ban out the Seraphine ADC. But this does also mean that UAlberta is going to be very, very heavy magic damage. With the only real attack damage threat coming through is Graves. Cassante does have some, but he's more tanky anyways. So for the side of UBC, where we have Sejuani and Thresh, which can get to be two very, very tanky opponents into the late game, it's going to be really easy for them to just stack MR throughout this game, and Graves will have to be that primary damage dealer.
Yeah, it's gonna be up to him to kind of shred through everything, but he falls off a little bit in the late game, arguably. So they're gonna have to really be careful there. They're gonna count on Diana to really catch out some of these backline players on UBC. Make sure that they can't have too much time to deal DPS. But Ezreal's slippery, man. Orianna has that great peel with her CC, and Sejuani's going to be in the way the whole game. Not to mention Thresh. The lineup on UBC is full of CC right now. They are ready to just keep everyone out, and they have the potential to go in as well with so many great engaging characters to complement those DPS they picked. So I think UBC's got a better draft going into this at the moment, my opinion. But UAlberta, if they're smart and they really take their time, they can make it work.
Yeah, and I think that actually I wanted to say for like what's the win conditions for Alberta here, because they still don't have that like point and click CC. It's going to be a lot of Diana's going in trying to get a big ultimate and just combination with that. You have Seraphine and Sona ults to combine with everything. There's a lot of combinations if you can land the first. The problem is if Diana is the first one going in, Diana gets blown up by 5 people, and a lot of the people on UBC right now, there's a lot of Fresh Hook will stall the engage. Sejuani ultimate can stall the engage. There's a lot of things to counter engage into Alberta, and I just don't know if at like the early phases of the game, how much is Alberta really going to be able to contest that? There's not a lot of sustained damage outside of the cooldowns they're going to have to play around from the Seraphine Sona.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. They're gonna have to be careful. They really will, because like they have one shot at these fights probably, but it could be another story. Maybe they're gonna go crazy in lane phase and just make so much small advantage that stacks up, and then they get into a great late game, secure those objectives early, and then pressure the match. You never know. You never know. On paper, it doesn't always work out. So.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out. Alberta played very well yesterday. Obviously, I don't know what happened with UBC, but I'm excited to see this West Coast matchup. We are just going to do a little team intro for both teams. We're going to we'll show off UBC first with the favorite champs. Trophy Troop in the top lane, Skullduggery, I'm guessing that's what that is for jungle. Flo, Irene, and Chiv for the rest of it. And I respect the Blitzcrank favorite. There's been a lot of Blitzcrank enjoyers over yesterday, so I'm happy to see that.
And we see him on Thresh in this case, so I guess he's a bit hook champ. He's got that great skill shot gameplay, but here we got to look at Alberta now. So Bai loves you, loving Atrox up there in the top lane. Yuzu 12 picking out Nunu typically, and I see. So the ban came out from their side for the
Yone was played yesterday,
yeah, so
and they knew pretty well.
Yeah, so they banned out that Yone for Solar Desire. We got, okay, I'm gonna mess this up. Goach.
I think we agreed on Goach yesterday.
Goach. All right, Goach it is. Picking the Annie, and then Valdanio, support Ornn. Yeah, kind of spicy.
Yeah, so Bai yesterday was the Gwen that was absolutely unstoppable yesterday, and it was great to watch. Like peak Gwen of just like, I pop ultimate, I'm 20% HP, the fight's over, I'm full health. Like, it completely unkillable, nobody could touch them. Less carry pick today. Cassante can still like carry if they get very ahead. The top lane matchup isn't going to be too spicy, I don't think. I don't really know how it's going to play out into Camille. I haven't seen enough of Camille into Cassante to really make like an assumption about that. But yeah, less of a carry pick for the person we saw absolutely carrying yesterday. So it's going to be on a lot of other members of UAlberta to bring it through today. We are just waiting to get into game. Just a quick shout out to our sponsors, BMO. To help you focus on what's important, BMO has checkings and savings accounts, credit cards, and borrowing options specifically designed for students. Plus, you get up to 12 months of Domino's pizza for free. Everyone loves pizza, especially when you don't have to pay for it. With BMO's current student offers, there's no monthly plan fees while you're in school and up for 1 year after you graduate. Convenient branch locations close to home and campus, and unlimited transactions, including Interac e-transfer, as well as the BMO Next Level Switch, which is live every single Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific. Sean, the BMO gaming relations specialist, brings a commitment to helping their clients achieve their financial goals, and they bring a passion for gaming as an active member of the community. Thank you, BMO. Can I have free pizza?
BMO.
I want free pizza.
Maybe
I could go for some free pizza right now. Thank you to TELUS as well. TELUS Arena is the best place for Canadian gamers to play and improve their skills through free coaching from the pros or to compete to win thousands of dollars in prizes. Whether you're a casual gamer looking to learn or a pro gamer looking to win, there's always a place for you at TELUS Arena.
Thank you, TELUS. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you to the awesome sponsors for the, we've had a prize pool boost for this tournament from what we had last year, which I'm sure everyone that's going to end up winning will definitely appreciate. We are just about to get into game now. I'm going to ask you to make a prediction who's winning this game. We did this yesterday. We had a best of 3 between me and the other caster. All right, who's winning this game, Alan?
So initially during a discussion, I was thinking UBC's draft looks really good. But then as we started talking about Bai, and you look, and they dedicated 2 bans to making sure that he goes smoothly in top lane, he's someone to watch. So he could be the difference maker for Alberta. So if Bai's doing well, early game, I'm counting on Alberta. If it's kind of middling, UBC's draft will conquer in the end, in my opinion.
Now, I don't know anything about these 2 teams. I didn't see anything from UBC yesterday, unfortunately. So all I've seen is from Alberta. Alberta yesterday looked very good, and I like the double mage bot lane. It's spicy. I want to see Alberta win today. So we'll have to see how this is going to play out as we get into our first game of Day 2 League of Legends for CIE. It's UBC versus UAlberta.
All right, here we go. And as always, any early game shenanigans, we want to see those out here in the CIE 2024 as they're moving up. And let's take a look here. Any funny business?
We saw a lot of 5-man level 1 bush sitting yesterday, but nothing crazy today. I was maybe expecting a level 1 invade from UBC with the Thresh, look for a little hook onto someone, but nope. Everyone's just kind of drawing the line of scrimmage, middle of the map, and just making sure that none of the others are going for any early game invades. We just wait for the minions to make their way to lane, and the game will finally get underway. I was curious to see if maybe we'd even get some lane swaps. We had a couple lane swaps yesterday. It did not go well for the teams that were doing lane swaps. It worked pretty unlucky for them. It was, I believe Western was going for lane swaps in game 1 yesterday, and it was not going to plan, but everything's pretty normal today, other than the double mage bot lane, if you can call that normal, but no lane swaps, no funny business. I wasn't sure if they would try to punish one of the lanes with the double mages, but everything seems to be standard so far.
So far, so good. And as you mentioned, yeah, playing safe seems like the way to go. But top lane, especially these 2 champs, have a lot of potential to brawl in melee there. They're going to be on top of it. In mid lane, the poke game is going to be pretty interesting here. Lots of mana investments going to have to come out from Diana, unfortunately, but Orianna is going to be putting very little in and getting a lot out of it, hopefully.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard early game for this Diana to stay in, although they are going to continue to just kind of look for early trades. It's been good trading on both sides so far, but that Q from Orianna kind of is going to have to push Solar Desire back under. Still a potion. I think Solar Desire did have biscuits as well, so they've already used one of them, the 2-minute one, but this Orianna should be able to out-sustain Diana pretty easily. So it's going to be a bit of a rough early game for the Diana.
Yeah, until level 6, she's just going to have to bide her time. And here we go. A Thresh is going to get in there with the hook there. Going to get the Flay backwards. Got a lot of damage onto these 2 Alberta players. As they hit the Ignite and the heal comes out, and just on the tip of their HP, they're going to live it. And in mid lane, we did unfortunately miss a kill here in mid lane. Does he get back to it? And maybe a double? No, going to live unless a minion hits it. Nope. And that's going to be capture. Clean up Skullduggery. But another hook down in the mid lane here into a Flay. Heronay is pretty far away there, so unfortunately not going to find the DPS they need. But man, they are really brawling here, and there goes the first blood in the favor of UBC, but investing 1 death over to Alberta in the end.
Yeah, 2 for 1 overall. I actually, we kind of missed the Seraphine die under the bot tower as well. The Thresh hooks landing, all of them. And unfortunately, that could have been a lot worse for the side of Alberta, with Graves living at quite literally a sliver of health at all of the end of it. Nearly went 2 for 0 in the mid lane. But good enough to get 1 back. It's onto the Graves. You want to see this Graves get ahead as fast as possible so you can unlock the power of what is really their only AD threat in this game. It's going to be very important that Graves can get ahead. Looking to set up a gank in the mid lane here, but unfortunately shows their face, and Graves just going to walk away because Orianna has a very large wave pushing in, and there's not much that the Graves can do to assist.
That's a bit of a shame here as they get back into some brawling in mid, as we've been seeing all game, and people are returning to their starting positions for the moment. And if we want to take a look at the CS right now, mostly even, slight advantage in top lane, exactly even in the jungle, slight advantage in mid lane for Alberta as well. So we're going to have to, that won't matter yet, but here comes the dash in from Diana as Capture is going to be following here. And on the opposite side, we got a couple players coming in from UBC to defend their mid laner, and they have potential here to take down Solar Desire, going to get stunned out by Skullduggery, following down the Capture, but he's going to make it out with his life. So there's another kill for UBC. Yeah, and yeah, so it seems that we've got a bit of a gameplay going on here in bot lane, just a bit of farming, back to it, and yeah. Yeah, okay, well, sorry, looks like we're gonna be, it's gonna just be me for a moment, a bit awkward, but here we are. So it's gonna be just a bit of neutral going on at the moment, as we did see a bit of action earlier in the game, so it's going to be up to these players to find the little opportunities across the board. But so far so good for the side of UBC. 2 kills onto Sejuani, which is pretty interesting. So tank getting early kills can be really tough to deal with in these early group fights at the objectives later on, as we see some more poking going on in the top lane. But as always, these two are so even right now, with a slight advantage on the CS. The first drag currently getting taken by the side of UBC with that jungler advantage, and Sejuani is great at that. Get those couple stacks for her E, and she's stunning and doing so much damage solo DPS to that dragon, so good on them taking the initiative there. Checking around here as we do see bot lane once again, and here he is, Herone in bot lane alone, as Chiv has been making some time for other parts of the board here. They're going over to the Void over here in the Baron Pit. And yeah, these two champions doing their best to take it down. Decent AoE damage from just Sejuani there. But yeah, ain't too bad. And that just really cements a bit of a advantage for the side of UBC now, getting 2 objectives in the jungle, whereas there's only 1 kill for Alberta at the moment. Gonna lock this last one down. And Captor is none the wiser as he just walks past it, unfortunately. And good on Herone down here in the bot lane, just holding the fort. These 2 mages don't want to do anything to them at the moment. Just going to make it so much easier for UBC to build some value across the board with that 4th roaming support at the moment, helping out. Checking back on mid lane once again. And it is exactly even for the 2 of them in terms of CS, so they're keeping it up, playing to their guns, and avoiding ganks best they can. But man, Chiv is just helping out so much right now, supporting the push in top lane here, give a really safe back, or unless they get a hook there, and they're gonna party a little bit here. Here comes a hook shot, unfortunately he's gonna miss, and a lot of damage on the Chiv as we see Bai dash out in the last moment there, ultimate activated, but they might want to dive him here. He's so low, it's up to Chiv, they find some CC. Trophy can't miss again. Lots of damage on the Chiv, and there goes the tower supporting out to get by another kill. Great gameplay by Bai. Gonna close that little bit of a CS gap that they've been experiencing all game, and then they're down a player for the moment on UBC. Not bad at all. And here we are once again. Capture coming around with his farm. He's keeping on top of that. If he can't make too much difference on the board, he might as well get his own stats up. Boyce was so great to recommend the fact that he needs to be an AD threat for Alberta throughout this game. I'm sure his time is coming. He's got so many tools at his disposal to help out later on, as we see other players try to just keep to their CS. Here we are mid lane once again. And they're back to the neutral. Now, the calm before the storm, as we do have the next dragon around the corner, hopefully, for these players. And Trophy caught between 2 players, but they're just going to walk it off. No trouble here. Man. And oh, unfortunately, we do miss a kill in the mid lane here as Solar Desire gets a solo kill onto Flow. Gonna be another one for the Diana. Oh, and we're gonna see a hit and another miss of an ultimate there, but the flash with the W is gonna confirm the kill for Skullduggery, bringing some money. And 3 kills on early game Sejuani. They are rolling in there right now, and they're just gonna keep it up best they can. And I believe we have a return of Boyce. He took a little break for mid-match.
Hello?
Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. What happened?
Hello. I have no idea. My power unfortunately decided that I was not allowed to watch this game. I'm not sure if the stream can hear me yet, but hello, I am back. What did I miss, Melon? Care to update me?
Yeah. While you were gone, we saw a couple of kills go over to Alberta and one over to UBC. Another one for the Sejuani. So Sejuani is steadily getting that tank item advantage. It's going to make them a big problem as they make their way up here to buy in top lane. Gonna block the dash and get the ultimate from Trophy onto him. So much CC coming out. You're tanky, but it doesn't matter when these guys are just taking him into town with all of this CC. Here comes Capture to help out. Finally, this is his time to shine. Great AoE damage, finding some great shots onto Trophy and Skullduggery. Can he close out a kill? Hopefully, that AD shield is going to come out from Trophy, but that's going to be it possibly as he takes him down. So 1 for 1 in the top lane. Great response from Capture.
Well done to go 1 for 1. That was very well played by the Cassante with the all-out. Perfectly buffered the CC from the Sejuani with the Unstoppable. It was just enough to wait for Graves. Manages to go 1 for 1. It's not going to be too big for either side because the wave does actually get pushed up to Camille's tower. So that wave is going to be dying. TP has to be invested to catch it under the tower.
Yeah, it's always about the economy, huh? Little by little, they're gonna. These kills look so explosive now, and they feel like they're so valuable. But if you're missing out on CS, kills don't mean too much if there's not a huge advantage. And they're keeping it pretty even here across the board, which is nice. You see a big difference in the jungle there, as they are gonna unfortunately lose out another objective here. Or my mistake. This is gonna be the first big objective for UAlberta. In the meantime, we got 2 on the side of UBC. No one's gonna contest this, which is great news for them. But the drag should be coming up at this time too, and they're right on top of the Skullduggery. Knows that they want the soul this game. Once this Cloud Drake goes down, we'll know exactly what type of soul it's gonna be.
Well, the good news is it can't be a Cloud Soul. That's the only. That's the good part about second Drake being a Cloud Drake is you can't have Cloud Soul, so it'll actually matter. They now wants to go in, investing the ultimate, just looking for chip damage. The Graves is underneath the tower, nearsighted, but pulled in by the shockwave is Diana. Can Diana finish it out? Tanking tower shots. It's going to be 1 for 1, but it's well done from the Diana because now the plates can get fed to this Graves.
And here's the answer to our question. It's going to be Inferno Soul this game. Big DPS for whoever can claim that one. And they're well on their way. 2 Drakes in the pocket for UBC, and they're halfway to their soul. And here comes Trophy Troop, dueling with Bye, I Loves You as always. The Eternal Rivalry up in top lane.
Yeah, I think the good thing for Alberta, despite the fact that the lead is going for UBC right now, is 3 of these kills have gone on to Sejuani. And oh, the ultimate's being invested by Thresh, wanting to pull Ezreal in with the lamp. It's a lot of damage early on to Goach, but it doesn't look like they can do anything. Less Sejuani does have ultimate, but doesn't want to invest over the wall because Diana's in, and Ezreal has been absolutely deleted.
Double teleport investment is going to turn this into a huge team fight in bot lane as they do back off here. And there, yeah, as you said, there goes Ezreal. I feel like Skullduggery wasn't really into it with that Thresh engage earlier. Thresh was kind of soloing, throwing out the lantern for Ezreal, but it was risky and it didn't really pay off.
Yeah, Chiv really wanted to make a play, and it looked like it was going to work early, but the 2 TPs invested. The response from Alberta was great. This Diana is now sitting at 3 kills. First item completed, Lichbane. And the Graves as well, as I was talking about before this fight happened. 3 of the kills are on Sejuani. While that's going to be a very, very tanky Sejuani to go through, it's not a lot of kill threat. And Sejuani is going to be starting, it looks like, most likely for some actual armor stats instead of MR other than the boots. So it's going to be still very easy for UAlberta to get through that tank with the amount of magic damage they have. And it's Lichbane first item for Seraphine as well. I don't know, the ADC Seraphine builds. I've only ever played with support. Lichbane first, the autos with the notes empowered, it's going to be a lot of damage. And Baya loves you going all out under the wall. 1 HP. Can Camille finish it? It might just go 1 for 1 again. No, the Cassante is unkillable, sitting at 10 HP, and the Soda Heal brings them back. Like you were saying, the Cassante, they don't do damage until he does.
And that's the power of friendship too. He was dead to rights when he took him to the wall, but he knew his friends were close, and they helped him out with that 1 HP. Man, and that it's not looking so hot for the top lane here, as Cassante is going to get a couple more kills under his belt, and he's done his first item now as well. He's got that glacial gauntlet.
Iceborne Gauntlet.
Oh my gosh, Iceborne Gauntlet. Holy, okay, it's been a little bit. I feel like they're always changing stuff, but yeah, there they are. And yeah, these first item picks are great. You're asking about the mage Seraphine 80 carry. I think you just stick to your guns. You know, just build whatever big DPS mage items you can, and hope that you have that peel coming in. And
I haven't seen it in quite a while.
Yeah. Oh man, full commitment.
Goodbye, Graves.
Good old Skullduggery to take down their rival jungler there, especially.
And
with,
that's a shutdown as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be great money for them. They're also pinging up by the Baron Pit right now. Is the Herald up at the moment? Yeah, the Herald is up, so they are right on top of it. The Alberta guys are going to come on down here and try to contest it. It's a 4-5 at the moment until we can have capture respawn, so there's no option for Smite on the side of UAlberta. They're just going to give it.
Yeah, no way that Alberta can contest that. They were just looking for some chip damage so they can get back out on the map with a little bit of HP advantage, maybe force some resets out of some people. But yeah, Alberta just wants to kind of hang around, look for any openings. UBC is going to secure that with the Smite. It's more objectives going the way of UBC. 3 grubs for each, so no tower bonus from the grubs, crucially, this game. Not really like any big side lane threats other than the Cassante can be a big pain, but both these teams really just want to play team fights, especially UAlberta with the double mage. So not a big deal, as the investment from the Diana popping the ultimate again, not going to be enough damage to take the Orianna out, but it's a lot of chip, and they can push this wave up to tower, possibly get some more plates, and UBC is going to have to... Oh, plates are gone, sorry. But pushing it up to tower, wave will die, and it's going to be a reset from both sides.
Yeah, the big news right now is Dragon is coming up in 10 seconds here. So we're going to see which team's going to go for it. Skullduggery is going to go in with the big engage on mid lane. 2 teleports coming out. We're going to have a 4-4 in mid lane at the moment. Huge engage, re-engage from Diana. She's going to make her way in there, find the kill. Here comes the final set of players as they're putting so much DPS here. And man, Cassante is so crazy. He's pulling the enemies across to his side there. A 1v1 in the woods with Trophy. And there goes Capture down to Flo. And it's up to Hines and Flo to deal a bit more DPS, but their opponent is a little bit tanky here. Here comes Trophy. He didn't die. He made his way back to the fight. But unfortunately, Valadino's going to put so much time and investment into making sure they lock down those kills. And there we are. It's going to be 1 player to 2 players left on the board here. Man, what a fight.
That team fight fell apart for UAlberta so quickly. Yeah. Alberta got spaced out, and UBC did great to split the fight in half. Cassante going all out of the wall, isolated the Camille. The 1v1 was favorable, but the problem was UAlberta needs to play a front-to-back team fight with these double mages. The Seraphine and the Sona, if they have Sejuani and Orianna on top of them, there's nothing they can do to get away. They've used their cooldowns, and if that doesn't one-shot them, they are just dead. And unfortunately, when you lose that front-to-back, the team fights just fall apart for UAlberta, and UBC will thrive in a lot of these 1v1s. And it is going to be the 3rd straight Drake for UBC, and soul point secured at 18 minutes.
Feels like almost record time. They were so on top of it all match. And here we go. In the woods, they're poking each other out, unfortunately, as they are trying to chase down that Drake completion, but they're going to find nothing unless they can catch Flo here under tower. But Flo's doing so much work with their ultimate, getting a lot of free damage onto these guys with the tower shots. Good job, tower.
Yeah, it's a big cooldown to lose, but there's no critical objectives coming soon with the Drake being taken. Baron will not spawn for another minute and 30. But the issue now becomes that UAlberta is going to have to fight for Infernal Soul at 23 minutes. And if they don't, UBC will have Infernal Soul for the entire rest of this game. And while the game is literally as close as it can be, it's flip-flopping about 100 gold lead on each side. This game has been very, very even for the entirety of it. But the Drake stacking is what's going to set UBC apart from Alberta, especially if they can secure this next one in 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, that is definitely the true difference right now. In terms of all the money being the same, it's up to those Drakes to make that difference. Because both teams got the 3 grubs, they also got a tower in their pocket. But man, it's looking good right now for bot lane on UBC side, as we see Ezreal coming out of this lane phase with so much money under his own belt. And boom, there we go. Once again, the K'Sante ultimate pulling a trophy troop all the way through that wall and maybe finding some
the
kills
knockback.
Here. Oh my gosh, it's so brutal, man.
Max range knockback from the K'Sante that didn't even look like it connected. Camille burns the ultimate just to try to get away, but it's not enough. K'Sante's going to pull you right back. And it's another solo kill for Bai Loves You.
Yeah, as we were saying pre-game, Bai Loves You, one to watch, and he really is showing up at this point. I wasn't sure earlier when they were going even, but now on the board, he looks really healthy. He's winning in farm finally. He's got a kill advantage, gold advantage in top lane for sure. And you want to see that Camille become more valuable later too when they can lock down the right targets. But so far, it's been kind of rocky, as every time she's up to a fight, Bai is there to answer. I think they've double teleported twice. Like they answered each other's teleports.
Yeah, the difference is Camille will play very well into a lot of these, where if Camille can like get the ultimate and just isolate one of the squishies, any of the mages in the bot lane, it gets so much harder for Alberta to play these out. And that's really, I think, the win condition for UBC in these fights. Investing the Rift Herald to go into this tower, it will drop, most likely, if they can continue to auto the tower. Yeah, will drop with the Sejuani. Now the Rift Herald just going to get taken out, ideally, before the next charge. I think the wave will stall it. But Rift Herald used to secure another tower for UBC. The gold advantage still sitting just about even. UAlberta wanting to roam up to mid to look for something, but Ezreal can just get away pretty easily. Wanting to clear out this river as much as possible. Still no Drake for a minute and a half. So no immediate objectives able to be taken for either side. Will any more fights happen before this Drake?
If they're clever, they're going to wait, but Trophy Troop is not done with Bai. They're always coming through to answer them.
Despite being down 2 levels, the Camille... Despite being down 2 levels, the Camille is still scary into this K'Sante. Like, you're down 2 levels, you're down an item, or about half an item, because K'Sante is fully finished 2 items, the Iceborne Gauntlet and Sunfire as well. But there is a lot more stats on this K'Sante, but right now both ultimates are up. But there was an angle for K'Sante to take Camille back over the wall again, but they just want the wave here. I don't think either team wants to make a fight this close to Seoul, because if UAlberta loses a member, especially this K'Sante, that's their big frontline piece, it's going to be so hard for them to challenge the Seoul.
Yeah, so if they can get some good poke out and really bring down these Goliaths over on UAlberta right now, it's going to help so much pre-Drake. But we got about 20 seconds left here, and they turned all the lights off on UBC. Alberta's got full control at the moment. Just play a bit of keep away and then sneak this Drake. Man, it'll keep them off of that soul point.
If UAlberta does take this Drake, how is UBC going to respond if they want to contest for Soul? UAlberta had vision control, but UBC has made their way in. Re-clearing out the wards are UAlberta. Vision control in the pit is UBC's, but UAlberta does have vision of the top side of the river, walking over the pink ward, just clearing out vision again, but there's a lot of wards that UAlberta is going to need to clear in the pit as well. They're really just playing the vision game. Everyone's just spamming wards. No one wants to make this first fight. It's so crucial because if UAlberta loses, the game could just be over. This is where the game blows up. This fight could quite literally decide the entire game at 23 minutes solely because of this sole point, and UBC is going to start the Drake.
Yeah, they went for the initiation on it, and they're going to walk on in. UAlberta's coming in. Here comes the ultimate from Sejuani. They're going to make their way into the back line here, and there we go. As we were talking about, Camille's going to lock down a back liner, find a kill onto them as well. Flow's going down, Skullduggery's down, Trophy's down. So many players are just going to be obliterated on UBC's side. Looks like this is going to be in UAlberta's pocket for the Drake. Stopping that soul.
Very well done by UAlberta. The damage from the Graves finally unlocked. It was absolutely crucial. The Cassante did well to isolate the Ezreal out of the fight. Ezreal had to E out of the Drake pit and was not able to contribute to the main portion of that fight. So UAlberta, with UBC missing their main AD, there was not much that UBC could have done to challenge. And now UAlberta wants to immediately sneak this Baron.
Oh man. There's still at least like under 10 seconds on 3 of the players on the UBC side, unfortunately. So what can these bot laners hope to do against this
one? He's
setup?
just alive now.
Oh my gosh. Here comes some teleports from both sides, but I think there's nothing they can do as Capture hits the smite and locks down the Baron. But looks like Cassante might go down here as he tries to peel off these guys. Well, it's worth it though. The shutdown, sure, but confirming the Baron for 4 players? Ooh, amazing.
Yeah, I was saying the game might get blown open. I wasn't expecting it to go the complete opposite way for UAlberta, securing the Baron off of that play as well, maximizing what they got from that team fight around the Drake pit, and Diana's just going to explode Orianna. 4v4 now. UAlberta still wants to chase and push their luck. They have the Baron buff. If they can isolate some of these members, it's going to be so much easier to siege on these turrets. But it looks like the fight is going to disengage. Graves hiding around Raptors. Just taking the Raptors. But it is going to be a turret in response from the Camille in the top lane. Ezreal's just been using these ults all the time just to clear this mid wave. They really do not want this mid wave to crash into the mid tier 1. But it doesn't matter because UAlberta says, fine, we're just going to push in bot lane. The bot tier 2 is going to be secured. They can let this wave push into the Camille. But UAlberta is trying to exploit their lead as much as possible. Exploded to 3k gold lead off of that, just the Drake fight, and securing the Baron.
Yeah, it's looking, it's starting to swing towards their side as the gold lead becomes 3k for UAlberta out of nowhere, seemingly out of nowhere, as only $100 difference in the past. And yeah, we're taking a look at Bai here. I feel like he was a difference maker in a lot of these big fights, but we can't snub Diana for the MVP award so far. She has been showing up and going in on time in these large engagements, and it's just continuing to work. And the Baron buff is paying off as they find themselves a couple turrets across the map here, making the board so tiny for UBC.
UAlberta doing well with this Baron buff, which should be wearing off fairly soon. They've already done well. 2 turrets secured as the fight happens in mid lane. Isolating the Sona, but it's not enough. Diving in is the side of UAlberta, but Graves just going to be eliminated immediately. Into the backline is the Camille. They've isolated the squishies like we were talking about, but Cassante is doing so much damage all out, and all of the knockups. 1v5ing literally manages to get 2 off of that. That's absolutely insane, and now it's just the Seraphine ADC left for the fight. They're going to go down to the Camille. This Camille is doing so much damage to these squishies. I can't believe Cassante got 2.
Man, he bought them so much time too. Look at the Solar Desire down here in the bot lane, finding the first inhibitor of the match. It feels like a ploy. They planned for this. Like they said, oh, we're gonna distract them over in the river. You go get the inhib, and it paid off. Gonna unfortunately lose the tower on the way back, but yeah. No, Cassante, man, he's doing so much work for their team right now. Holy.
He didn't even have his 3rd item completed yet. Now he does. Yeah. He's got the 3rd item completed now, which as those fights go on, Jack shows is only going to make those long-term fights get even harder. Cassante is literally 1v5ing already.
Man,
what's the copy pasta? 4,700 HP, costs 0 mana.
Oh my gosh. What a nightmare of a world we live in. Yeah, and here they are making their way down because the next Dragon is around the corner. And we know Dragon is a hot topic this match. Seeing that Soul Point is on the board still for UBC. And that fight looks so good. That fight felt like they have potential, but we have to remember Diana wasn't there for that one. So this is not a great benchmark test. We're going to see it now. So many people completing their next items and making their way down to the Dragon Pit now. And Vision slightly in control for UAlberta. It's going to be up to UBC to make their way in.
Yeah, UBC has done well to not let UAlberta really secure too much of a lead. A lot of this gold is on the Ezreal and the Camille, which is the most important pieces of UBC's team comp. This Camille is still doing good to isolate the squishies in the back line. They got Graves out early. They managed to secure the Sona pick as well. UBC is going to give a second Drake to the side of UAlberta. No Baron, so there's no trade, but it's going to be, really, UBC's not worried about giving a second Infernal Drake. No Soul going to be available for another 5 minutes for UBC, and UAlberta is still 2 Drakes away. So overall, giving that Drake is not that big of a deal. Realistically, UBC just needs to wait until they can find another angle to look for one of those team fights.
Yeah, looking for that opportunity is going to be so hefty, but I'm not so sure anymore. Like, UAlberta is looking really strong, so I don't have a good guess to which one's going to come out on top. Will it be a Baron fight later on, maybe? They got him into that. That's something you can't really give, so someone's got to show up. They're all checked out for that dragon, unfortunately. All right, what do you think, boys? We're going to see a Baron kerfuffle, or...?
I don't think that either team wants to force Baron right now. There's no other objectives to really be taken. I think both teams, like looking at items in pockets right now, UBC is about to complete Rabadons for the Orianna, the 2 rods, the Dark Seal as well. I don't know if they've always had the Dark Seal, but 2 rods waiting to complete that Rabadons. They probably don't want to fight until we've completed some of these key items. But looking at UBC again, the Ezreal, 4 fully completed items. We have literally everything they could need. There's so much armor pen. It's going to be very, very easy for this Ezreal to output the damage into the front line if they can manage to just continue to free fire without getting isolated or immediately exploded by this Graves.
Yeah, no, Graves is definitely living up to his role here. As you said, he's got a lot in his pocket. And it's gonna. Sejuani feels like she's falling behind in items. That Skullduggery's got to really show up. The Knight's Vow is interesting though, because they're looking to keep alive the the huge bounty available on Ezreal right now. 650 Gs, man.
Yeah, the Ezreal is the win condition for UBC as well as Camille. I won't underestimate the Camille either, but the Ezreal is the primary kill threat for UBC, and there is still a good front line for UAlberta in the form of this Cassante. If Cassante can get on top of everybody, we saw them 1v5. It's definitely doable if they can get to those situations, but UAlberta needs to play safe enough that nobody goes down before these fights. We're posturing around mid lane, just still continuing to trade out the waves. Doesn't look like anyone wants to force a fight because, oh my god, the Ezreal ult does so much damage. Yeah, so as I was saying, 4 fully completed items, a lot of armor pen. That's a lot of damage. And it was just a Glacial Prison used and whiffed by the Sejuani, so that's another key piece gone. Shockwave does find Graves. We're using a lot of the cooldowns for the side of UBC to no great effect.
And am I mistaken here? But Seraphine's at max HP almost now. This healing from Sona is doing so much work for her.
The Seraphine and Sona combo for both the heals off the W is great, and we're clearing out vision. The Ezreal ult will be able to figure out that this is happening. I don't think UAlberta actually wants to contest this Baron. They just want to force a fight. We should expect UAlberta to turn, but the Cassante and Camille are both not here. That means there's no Camille to isolate, but there's also no frontline. Diana's going in, looking to explode one of the carries of UBC, but it's not enough. Not enough damage. The charm from Seraphine pulls Sejuani back in. 4 versus 4. Going the way of UAlberta right now. But Graves going crucially low. Everybody's going low, and the shutdown goes to Diana. That's 1,000 gold and another kill for UAlberta.
And it felt like the carries on their side were just so out of position. They couldn't get out fast enough. They needed to counter like a Thresh Lantern, but man, and the teleports weren't utilized from the top laners for that time. So that's just going to be all for UAlberta right now as they make their way to the second inhibitor. Go get that first inhibitor once again, probably. Yep, down there, Captor's going to make it happen. And here comes some poke out as well. Because, yeah, the poke's not paying off because double healer bot lane, as you keep saying, like, it is so valuable right now for UAlberta. I didn't expect it to be so good.
These are long death timers. UAlberta could end the game here. That's a lot of CC, and 2 are going to be gone. There's super minions coming in. UAlberta's just going to end. The game is over off of just the 2 team fights. very well played by UAlberta. We talked about Bai in the early game, or before the game, and he shows up again today. A team effort from UAlberta manages to shut down the carries of UBC, and UAlberta will be moving on to the next round of playoffs.
There we go. Well, a bit against the recommendation that I was making, but yeah, no, it went really well for them, man. Diana down in the mid lane there, and Bai on Kasante in top lane, they really kept it together. And then the late game value of their bot laners, immense. It was great, unexpected, to be honest. Like, I was a bit blind myself, but it really paid off, man, boys.
Yeah, Bai played very, very well. All of UAlberta played well with that composition. That was spicy. I like the creativity with the double mage bot lane, the Diana mid.
Yeah.
Everything looked good, and I enjoyed watching it. I'm going to be excited to see them moving on to the next round of playoffs. Well played by UBC as well. Ezreal had a great game. Camille had a great game. Unfortunately, UAlberta found the angles when they needed to isolate those two carries. Kasante did great to keep Camille in a side lane completely away from all of those fights. So there was really not a lot that Camille could do in the fights. And at the end of the day, UAlberta just found the timings that they needed, and it is going to be them moving on.
Yeah, congratulations to UAlberta.
We will just be waiting. We are just waiting to see the results of the other games before we get into the next round of playoffs. We're going to cut to a short break. We will be back with the next round of playoffs, our first best of threes for League of Legends at CIE. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We got a little caster swap going on here. I'm Karthik, and with me is Divine Muffin, and we're going to be hosting Waterloo versus Guelph in the semifinals.
Yeah, so this is the semifinals, which means it's going to be a best of 3, and most notably, this is Fearless Draft. So for those that don't know what Fearless Draft means, it means that any team that when they pick champions in one game, they can no longer pick those in subsequent games. So in the first game, it'll be a regular draft, but in game 2, there will be 5 additional you can call them, I guess, like unplayable or banned champions. The 5 that they played the previous game are not allowed. And if this goes to a full best of 3, there'll be 10 champions off the table on either side.
Yeah, really interesting to see this format here. We see Waterloo ready up for the draft, but yeah, honestly, very different from how you see normal league matches go. You can't rely on one character to carry you through the series. That Aatrox from the last series. But yeah, we'll see what kind of new spicy picks come out once the meta characters are off the board.
Yep, the draft is definitely going to be very interesting. As we said, for game 1, this might just be something more standard, but if you're trying to maybe save some power picks you want to use to win subsequent games, you don't want to, I guess, burn all the power picks in just one draft. So maybe some more strategic drafting coming out in that sense. But again, as you mentioned, Inexhaust's Aatrox, it might just be banned out regularly by Guelph. That absolutely carried Waterloo from the top 8 to the semis right now.
Yeah, exactly. For those who didn't watch that game, that Aatrox went legendary, just absolutely carrying their team to the finish line. He was just completely unkillable, and the mechanics were just stellarly displayed. So hopefully Guelph did their homework, getting the bans out on that. And it's actually Waterloo's choosing to go onto red side here instead of the blue side that they picked last time. So maybe looking to try out some other strategies. Maybe they're cooking up something crazy.
As you mentioned, Waterloo did get side selection. This was not determined randomly. So yeah, this they opted to pick a different side than they did in the previous game. And also worth mentioning that this is not the first time these two teams have matched up against each other. There have been plenty of prior face-offs. So definitely not exactly going in blind from either team.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen a lot of character development from the series in the past, but now it's going to come down to this best of 3. The Fearless Draft will really spice things up. I think especially in like that ADC pool, you see this top layer of ADCs with like the lane prio ones and a couple of scaling beasts. But after that, it opens up so many different characters that can choose so many different playstyles. Like, I want to see some random like Dravens or something in there, you know?
I like that you call out the ADCs when you actually look at the breakdown of, I guess, role by champion. ADC does have the smallest pool, so you're already working with, I guess, less space than you would have with other roles. And also just calling, for example, MSI, which is not Fearless Draft, there's just been a rotation of like 4 or 5 ADCs you'd see very commonly. That shouldn't be happening here. And yeah, for anyone who's curious about more Fearless Draft gameplay, this was first adopted by the LDL, which is China's Academy/Developmental League, back in 2022. So although we're using it here, it's not exactly a novel. It's not our own, I guess, creation.
Yeah, exactly. And now we are heading into draft here. First of all, that Orianna banned out away from Plex, a staple character for him, while on the other side, Waterloo getting that Yasuo away from them, even though they were able to deal with it in their previous match.
Yeah, Yasuo is a champion we've seen banned against Guelph before. I believe it is Wander's one trick. So as you might gather from his in-game name, Wander, he is a Yasuo one trick. So this is a very common ban against Guelph. And like you said, we're gonna see the Aatrox ban against Inexhaustive's top lane pool there, which is a very smart ban away from Guelph.
Yeah, you can see Guelph definitely doing their homework. They've played against Waterloo before. They know what they're good at, and they're instantly getting those comfort picks away from them. And there's a lot of really great first picks that are available here. There's no ADC bans as of yet, while in Pro Play, we definitely do see a lot of them. So we'll see which one they do opt to go towards.
Yeah, taking the time. Skarner's going to be hit again by Waterloo. They banned this in their last best of 1 as well. And like you mentioned, it is just such a strong pick on the current patch. It can also be flexed to top jungle. Not so popular. I guess more recently it's actually been played in both quite often. So yeah, just a very great ban away from Waterloo as well. And Guelph is going to hit a second mid laner in Talia.
Yeah, Talia also another flex pick between the jungle and mid, so they're going to get that away from them. As we'll see if this last ban has any ADC in it. But yeah, that Skarner, I believe it did get hit with a few nerfs, but it is still just so strong. Like, it was insanely OP and it got nerfed to really good. So good to ban that out right now.
Taking their time with the bans here on the side of Waterloo. They're actually going to be hitting it looks like Diana, which is not super common, but again, this is more of a comfort ban against the side of Guelph. Diana not seeing much presence both in pro play or solo queue alike, so definitely something that's more targeted on the side of Waterloo with that ban.
And now with this first pick, a lot of crazy characters that are left up. We'll see if like they want to go for like Senna, Lucianami, Varus, Ashe. Maybe want to get the mechanics with the Callista. So which one do you think is going to come out here?
I definitely do think it's going to be an ADC, very safe blind pick as well, and just being able to support as well. So it's going to be Rakan. Maybe he's trying to set up the Xayah for a later pick. But yeah, bot lane picks, both ADC and support, tend to be prioritized early on. They can be safely blinded in most cases. So using that blue side first pick to prioritize Rakan is a viable strategy.
Yeah, really interesting. You don't see it a lot, but I think they just want to get the comfort onto him. Rakan is it's gonna be a comfort pick since there are a few counters for them out there, but looks like he's confident in whatever they face. While Waterloo, on the other hand, they're going to be looking to pick up, there we go, the Varus. Gives you insane lane prio and can scale just as well. Has so many flexible builds so that you can build your comp however you want with it too.
Varus, a very popular pick currently at MSI. As mentioned previously, this is patch 14.9 that we're playing, MSI 14.8, so there is some slight differences, but Varus was not one that a champion that was touched. And like you said, with the various builds, you can both go on hit attack speed, which just absolutely shreds tanks, or just shoot arrows from afar with the lethality build, which does so much burst damage.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, it's going to be the Xin Zhao getting a solid jungler in the current meta. Really good for the front to backs, has really good prio in the early game, can set up some crazy ganks too. So very flexible kind of characters being picked up. They're not revealing too many of their cards yet. And we'll see if Guelph, they go for the lovers duo, are going to pick up the Xayah maybe.
I like the Jhin pick from Waterloo. Honestly, Varus Jhin is a very two very common champions on MSI. It looks like they're drafting like Gen G out here. And yeah, Xin Zhao, not a very popular champion for ONAT. I haven't seen him play it myself personally. He tends to like, I guess, more different champions from Xin Zhao, but Xin Zhao, as you mentioned, is meta right now, so a great pick. And Jax is the known Xin Zhao counter in the jungle if that's where they decide to play it.
Yeah, I personally love this counter pick. You can really negate a lot of that Zin's early on burst with the if you time the counter strike well. So a great matchup into it, and it scales so well too. And yeah, we'll see. Like we talked about it last year too. He picked up a pentakill with it. We'll see if that can be replicated. And of course, it's got to be the Xayah to finish it off.
Standard stuff, drafting Rakan, Xayah plus the jungler first round for Guelph. We'll see if Waterloo answers by picking their support, trying to save the counter picks for their solo lanes. What would you like to
I
see
think like
Varus?
Yeah, like if they pick something like Renata or Ashe and really just force the lane prio onto Guelph, then that's really the kind of weakness that Xayah Rakan do tend to have. If they cannot get the prio, get the push so they can actually start some fights, then that laning phase feels pretty bad for them. And it's going to be, wow, the Lux here.
I actually did see them talking about picking Lux over in their team chat, mentioning I'm not actually sure who this champion is which player this is going to, but Lux is a flex pick and could go both support and mid, and it's not a common one at all at the current moment.
Yeah, it seems pretty volatile if they bring it into support. I think Rakan is very slippery, being able to dodge her binding and being able to get onto her. So we'll see if it does end up going mid, but definitely a spicy pick. And it's going to be the Olaf coming out as the first ban.
I like the Lux pick personally, not to play against it, but if it is Lux Varus ball and they have the double roots available with the ultimate from Varus and the bind from Lux, and also just that long range artillery style if Varus does opt for lethality. Again, I would not want to play against myself. It's a very annoying play style, but if that is the identity they're going for, then it's really works into their style so far.
Yeah, that is definitely a scary level 6 from the side of Waterloo, but if there's any character you want against it, it's one that can just go completely untargetable with the Xayah ulti. So good on them for that. As we see more mid lane bans coming out with the Ahri against Plex, they think it's going to be Lux support as well, as two top laners being banned out on the side of Waterloo.
Yep, Olaf and Kled both comfort picks from the side of Guelph's top laner, who I believe is Maple Shade. Comfortable champions on him. They want to give Inexhaust an easier lane, as well as the fact that Aatrox is banned, so Inexhaust is not going to be on his pocket pick here. And like you mentioned, that Ahri being banned, they're assuming that Lux is going support, which again will remain to be seen. But Lux mid is definitely not something that can be played.
Yeah, and Plex, he played the Ahri in the last series. He had some absolutely ridiculous flanks in those objective fights, played really well for the team, so maybe they just want to get that out of there. Really don't want to see Ahri as it's such a safe blind pick that they can take it, but we'll see what Waterloo end up going with here.
Yeah, Waterloo forced to blind one of their solo laners. Either or, if Lux is mid or not, they have to show their hand here, and that means Wolf's going to get one counter pick. They're actually locking Syndra for Plex, which confirms that Lux is support.
Yeah, you were right. It's Syndra in the mid lane, as it gives a bit more scaling option, gives some setup for the Xin Zhao to look for some plays as well. And they're just going to look for that top counter pick to really solidify that winning top lane too.
Syndra is an interesting pick here, though. She has been struggling a lot in the new season with the new changes to items and as well as the map. She hasn't been too popular at all in pro play, and so this definitely seems like it's more of a comfort pick on the side of Plex. He loves his control mages. And Zoe going to be picked out from Guelph. This is Toothbooth's signature pick, which indicates that it is a Zoe mid lane after all. So that being picked into Syndra, I don't actually know how that matchup goes.
Yeah, you'd think it's like the third game of Fearless draft already. Like, we're seeing a Zoe, we're seeing Lux, but great to see it happen, as we'll see what ends up being rounded off with as they get the Zoe in the mid lane, so it should be the top lane here. We'll see what blind pick will end up going towards. And you mentioned top lane blind pick, there's only one name that comes to mind, it's K'Sante.
K'Sante by far the highest presence top laner pick at MSI, and I actually saw a funny stat on Reddit. K'Sante's solo queue winner is absolutely in the gutter. However, if you look at those that actually know how to play K'Sante, the one tricks and pro players, his win rate is perfectly fine, indicating that K'Sante is a very high skill ceiling champion. You need to know how to operate him, and to that sense, Guelph believe they can do it, and they're taking the K'Sante.
Yeah, and looks like Waterloo, they're going to answer with the Camille, trying to go for some setup, maybe try and kill that K'Sante, get the scaling on the side of the top lane. But yeah, some very interesting drafts coming out. Not these usual like drafts that you see in pro play. We got some spicy picks in here with the Zoe, the Lux. Yeah, what do you think of the draft? Who do you think has it better?
Yeah, honestly, it's really hard to say. I think that I personally do like Guelph's draft more in terms of just having I guess champions that they can be comfortable on. They have that bot lane Zyra Khan, which are just great synergistically, and Jack's counter into Xin Zhao. I think they had great answers to Waterloo's picks. The wild card here really is that Lux pick again. We have to see how it operates in lane, but if it can't, if Callum Coy can't hit his skill shots, then it might not be the best pick in the world.
Yeah, and same with the Zoe, right? Like, it has been a while since we've seen Zoe in pro play, because you can just jump on Zoe so easily. She doesn't really have that much of an escape, and the wave clear, it isn't in the best spot either. Like, she has pretty good nuking potential on the minions, but you do kind of need 2 spell rotations to get that whole wave. So we'll see how they operate on it. What Zoe does excel at is you can get crazy pick potential with the bubbles going through walls at weird angles. So in those river fights where, especially with this new map that's come up, those walls that you're not used to since the last time Zoe was popular, if this Zoe can pop off with some crazy bubbles, it can straight up just win the team fight just like that.
Win the team fights later on and control the river earlier on. Like you said, Xin Zhao gets countered by Jack, so maybe he'll be trying to avoid him earlier on in the river fights. I think mid prio is going to be hugely important for confirming who can get scuttle or who can make a gank on other lanes. And yeah, top lane is the one that I'm also looking at to be quite volatile. If either K'Sante or Camille fall behind significantly in that matchup, there's almost no way for them to win the 1v1. So let's see if their junglers decide to put any pressure there and try to send one of them ahead rather than focus on bot lane.
Yeah, I think honestly it's even worse for the Camille. Camille from behind really doesn't do anything. K'Sante can still kind of be tanky, try and pull one of the carries like 50 miles away into another city with the ulti, something like that, right? But it does kind of split the attention of Waterloo's jungler. Onat has to make sure that Camille doesn't get behind, but also has to kind of hover their bot lane, as Varus Lux, although they're really strong in lane, are very susceptible to ganks. So Jax might be looking like, you might think Jax isn't a crazy jungler, but he has pretty good ganks with that counter strike, has a Rakan following up too. So if Guelph can try and find a way to figure out where Xin Zhao is and attack that other side, they can really just kill off these vulnerable lanes.
And speaking to the Varus, do you think he's going to go on hit or lethality in this game?
Yeah, I think it might have to be an on-hit angle. If the K'Sante doesn't get behind, you need someone to shred through all that tank power. Jax gets fairly tanky with his bruiser type build. Rakan, it's a little tanky eventually, so you would like to see it, as the mages aren't the best at dealing with tanks. So Varus definitely has to do that. I think they got a lot of pick potential and burst damage with the Lux and Syndra already.
Yeah, I think that's a great point there to just have to build on it to shred down that K'Sante. I like the K'Sante pick for that reason too. throwing in that curveball, because I do think that with the Lux pick, they wanted to initially go for a lethality playstyle and try to poke them down with this much engage and on tank potential from Guelph. If he doesn't build on hit and his AP's champions don't get ahead, this Cassante will be very hard to kill.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at the scaling too, right? The Jax is going to heavily outscale the Xin Zhao. Cassante, he will suffer in the side lane, but when it comes to the team fights, his scaling is perfectly fine, as you've seen in all these like MSI fights where the Cassante is just such an unkillable tank, just walks into 4 of them and holds his W and just sits there, and there's not much he can do. So yeah, we'll have to see how that scaling ends up going. I think the scaling kind of favors Guelph, unless the Syndra just gets to like an absurd number of stacks or something. So we'll have to see at Waterloo. They have a lot of winning lanes. They got to push this, get the prio, get the Herald, Grubs, Dragons, all those objectives up there.
Yeah, and so enough about the draft for the time being. Let's actually introduce our players, which we have not done yet. So up first will be the Guelph Gryphons. I believe this is not actually Guelph, excuse me. This looks like the team that Waterloo just beat, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I believe it is not that team. Guelph is going to be another team here, but yeah, we'll start off with Waterloo first instead. We've got Inexhaustive in the top lane, that Aatrox instantly banned out from him, Onat in the jungle, Plex in that mid lane, UW Scrim ADC, and Callum Coy rounding it out for support.
Yeah, again, this is not the champions that they drafted. This is just their favorite champions here. And like you said, Inexhaustive drawing that Aatrox ban means he won't get to play it this game. However, he can bring it back in future games. Given that they didn't pick it, Fearless Draft does not say anything about that. And in fact, any of these champions, except like we can see the Callum Coy's favorite champion here is Lux. This means that Waterloo will not be able to pick Lux in any subsequent games. However, if Guelph wanted to, they could if they wished.
Yeah, exactly. The Fearless draft is going to get interesting as we go into this next games. But yeah, you see Callum, he has the Lux in his portrait here. So maybe we'll see some like crazy binds coming out from him. Immense pressure to win out in that bot lane. It's been a while since we've seen that character appear in the competitive meta. Same with the Zoe as well. We'll have to see how well they can land their skill shots to get the wins for their team.
And speaking of Zoe, that will be piloted on the side of Guelph by by Wander, I believe. But top lane Maple Shade jungle is Toothboots, Wander in the mid lane, Danny Quick on ADC, and New North rounding it out with support. Yeah, it's definitely not a Zoe jungle, even though that's Toothboots' favorite champion. I can only assume Wander's operating that himself.
Yeah, surely it's Zoe mid. The Zoe jungle clear is not the best. I've seen it before, unfortunately. Yeah, so it should be Zoe mid. And yeah, it should be an interesting game coming out of Guelph here. They've had a great run into the semifinal too, winning out convincingly against, I believe it was Western in the top 8. And now they're facing the Titans in Waterloo. We'll see if they can get this first game. I think the drafts are pretty even. Will really come down to who's got the better mechanics, who can land those skill shots with these spicy characters that they've cooked up.
And yeah, so again, the teams are going to be playing for $1,000 prize pool if they can end up on the podium, and that is all thanks to our co-title sponsors, BMO and TELUS.
Yeah, BMO, they've got this amazing student banking plan that helps you focus on what is the most important. They've got checking and savings account, credit cards, and borrowing options that are specifically designed for students. Plus, you can get up to 12 months of Domino's Pizza with BMO's current student offers. There's no monthly plan fees while you're in school for up to 1 year after you graduate. There's convenient branch locations close to home and campus, and they've got unlimited transactions, including Interact e-transfer transactions as well. Just insane amount of perks and a lot of pizza. What's not to love?
Yeah, who can say no to free pizza in this economy, especially as a student? So yeah, thank you so much to BMO as well as TELUS Arena, our other second co-title sponsor.
Yeah, TELUS Arena, if you haven't heard this before, this is crazy. They've got the best place for Canadian gamers to play to improve their skills to free coaching from pros or to compete to win thousands of dollars in prizes. So kind of covers everything. Whether you're a casual gamer looking to learn or a pro gamer looking to win some tournaments, there's a place for you at the TELUS Arena. With monthly events across a variety of gamers, there's always something going on. So to make sure to join the TELUS Arena Discord and stay updated on all of their activities.
You know, whenever I get hard stuck in solo queue, I almost consider paying for coaching, but I can't justify the cost. TELUS Arena offering you pro coaching for free is just something you can't pass up.
Yeah, really cool to see that from them. But now we are getting into game. Gryphon Gaming versus the Waterloo Warriors. Both teams take it to the Rift to decide who comes out on top.
And I forgot to mention, seeing the champions now that Toothbooth and Wander, I remember now that Guelph Griffins play this swap style where they pick, they switch roles depending on the draft, and it is going to be Toothbooth's signature Zoe in the mid lane, while Wander takes Jax into the jungle.
Yeah, and now they're sitting in the bush, waiting to see if Latoof comes up for a little bit of ward. He's taken one step forward, two step forward. He's thinking about it. They may be onto his shenanigans here. As the bubble misses, Latoof is running for his life. Rakan does not land the W, but they do get the flash out of the Zid Zhao. What a crazy level 1 from them.
Trying to give Latoof a warm welcome here as he steps in for Onad. Forced to burn his flash level 1, which I'm sure he's not too happy about, but that means Waterloo can grab some space in Guelph's spot jungle themselves and get that ward down onto red.
Yeah, immediately going down to get the ward onto that red buff, so they know which side the jungler is starting from. And they might be looking for a late invade here now that they know the jungler has no flash. I actually really love this from them. There might be some lane swap shenanigans as the Cassante is spotted bot lane. Latoof, he doesn't know. The Rakan comes in, does not land the knockup, but he is pushed away. And oh my god, you do not want to be Latoof in this scenario. He's going to run over to his other side. And now there's going to be, you've seen them in MSI, you're going to see it here. The lane swaps are coming in as the bot lane is heading top and Maple Shade is flexing his muscles in the bot lane.
Cassante showing us what he can do in a 1v2, which is basically nothing but hide under his turret. Yeah, Guelph opting into the lane swap is very interesting strategy. Like you said, this is something that pro players do. And it means Inexhaust is also going to be on the back foot top. He also doesn't have flash, and he has grasp, which not making much use of his Camille early on.
Yeah, it's a lot harder for Camille to survive in these matchups than Cassante, especially when you have level 1. Before you get that dash on Camille, you're so easy to dive to. As you can see, Wander lurking around in that top lane. After that wave is pushed in, Inexhaustive is about to be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, Wander taking the Waterloo's red side jungle for himself, with 2 forced to go solo clear bot without any leash. And Inexhaustive, again, no flash, does hit level 2, so maybe he could try to do some hookshot shenanigans and survive here, but they are setting up the 3-man dive.
Yeah, absolutely stacking a gigantic wave here. They're coming in for the play. Will the CCs land? Will the hookshot be buffered? They're taking their time, forcing some abilities out. He's going to run away. New North lives. The counter strike
What am I
hits.
watching?
Can they get the kill? No, they cannot. It's a horror as Inexhaustive picks up the kill. He lives and he gets to get all of his wave. Oh, you hate to see that from the side of Guelph.
Not sure what the idea was there. There must have been some miscommunication. New North walks in and starts tanking with an auto before using Grand Entrance to get out, and then Wander pops his Counter-Strike. Mid lane, nothing happening there. But yeah, Inexhaust is going to get the kill onto New North there.
Yeah, and the execution wasn't quite there. These dives that these pro teams do are so well executed. It is hard to mimic them, and the Guelph team wasn't quite able to do it there. On the other hand, though, Cassante, he may be alive here, but he has 1 CS. It has been absolutely miserable for him. Just been XP for him so far.
Completely denied. We can see that Inexhaustive making that outplay means he can get a healthy 20 CS for himself. And notably, Scrim does have Halo Blades, indicating he's likely going for the lethality build, and also gives him much more fighting power earlier on.
Yeah, and Varus Lux just have so much poke power that Maple Shade, every time he walks up for anything, he does have a shield to help out, but ooh, the root lands and an arrow with it. He just is getting poked out so much. He does have a couple biscuits to eat up, try and get some health back. As Latoof, he's in the enemy jungle, vertical jungling, as Wander is not going to be able to get there in time, so he is going to get the red buff and get out.
Yeah, thankfully for Latoof, the time that Wander tried making that dive top means he can actually stay relatively even in CS. He's still down a camp or 2, but after what happened level 1, I'm sure he's perfectly fine with that outcome.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, it is going to slow down again. The lane swap is going to continue to persist. We actually see Callum going towards the top side, maybe to try and help out Camille. They think Varus can just survive in this lane against the Cassante, which is definitely doable. We've seen a lot of Varus tops back in the day. They're absolutely fine. But
Don't
yeah,
remind me of that nightmare.
yeah, of course. Won't mention it again, but for Inexhaustive, it is a nightmare for him. He has, he's just going in onto New and just kills him? Okay.
The solo Camille level 5 just blows up New North. New North tries to go for the Grand Entrance to stun him up, but it doesn't actually go off. He dies before that due to the backflip, and now Callum, as you mentioned, with the cover, and Latoof now trying to set up a dive on the flashless level 4 Xayah.
Yeah, the jungles have been flipped as Latuve going onto the Zaya does not hit the wind for lightning, and oh, the flash from Callum, the binding does not land. Wander gonna scare them away. The TP coming in. They're
Paul's trying
looking
to
to
turn
turn
it.
this onto Latuve as he gets stunned. North hits a crazy knockup. Latuve flashing out, and they are on the chase. Inexhausted is a target to hit. Wander needs just one more hit onto Latuve. He's running for his life. Inexhausted saves him with the hook shot, and they're able to just get away with their lives.
I can't believe Waterloo lives there. Cowboy actually missed both bindings within that sequence. No shame to that. It was very difficult. He's going for long range and with the flash. But regardless, Waterloo walks out alive, and burning the TP on the side of Gulf means UW Scrim gets full reign on this bot lane alone.
Yeah, so much CS, so many plates. He's getting to live, and Inexhaustive, I do not believe, is diveable here either. There's no flashes on the side of Guelph, as he's going to be able to. Oh,
This is the hook
interesting all
shot.
in by him. New North gets the knockup, gets out. Inexhaustive gets a little bit of shielding from Callum Coy. Will the bind land this time? The ignite, he's autoing. Oh, Jax from behind gets the kill, and now it's just the support.
Callum!
Lux running for their life as Callum. He's able to get out, but a little bit of a botched play as here comes Zoe.
Toothbooth looking for the dive himself. Wander healthy. Callum Coy no flash.
And just like that, he is going to be end up. Actually, he does get one for his troubles. It is the support Lux. You're going to take what you can get. But honestly, this entire time, Scrim has just been chilling, farming up, getting all the CS, 20 CS ahead of his counterpart, happily spamming away on those emotes.
Yeah, he's farming up a storm here. Yeah, unfortunately for that top lane, Inexhausted missed his hookshot onto New North. A certain would have been a kill if he had hit it. So unfortunate there. Callum tries to follow up and save him. Burns Ignite to try to kill Danny quick, but it's not enough. Does end up, as you mentioned, killing New North in the end of the tower dive. But that was net positive for Guelph for sure.
Yeah, just so many fights going on here. Usually we see the lane swaps being pretty dreadful, but the Fiestas have been coming through here as Wander, he's going to get the grubs. Varus is level 6. Scrim absolutely demolishes him.
Yeah, that W active on the Varus plus the Bladed Arrow just does so much damage when you get hit by the Chains of Corruption. Followed up with the CC from Lux. There's just no way he's surviving that. And then that's even more gold over to UW Scrim.
Yeah, and now we're getting back in. So we're going to see Waterloo pick up the dragon, but this is the point where top lane is supposed to be rough in the lane swap when you're getting the lane frozen against you. Last time, Inexhaustive just killed New North, which is disrespected him, I guess, but he's got a lot more help this time. So Inexhaustive should really be zoned out of this wave and needs help desperately. We see Toothbooth looking up towards there to see if he can punish as well.
Inexhaustive was like looking for he actually managed the hook shot out of the grand entrance, means he gets to live. But yeah, like you said, this lane's looking less and less good for Inexhaustive, even though he had it. He kind of made things happen earlier on, but now it's falling out of his grasp. And once level 6 has come out for Gold, it's going to be even more difficult.
Yeah, and as you can see, every time he steps up to try and get a minion, they instantly zone him away. New North is so threatening on that, so Camille is not having a fun time here, but he is still 10 CS ahead of this counterpart, as both top laners, they just do not have a good time in these lane swaps.
I'm curious when they're going to swap back. The notable thing about why bot lane, the duo goes bot, is that the bot lane turret is easier to take down. And as we can see, that bot turret for Gulf is just so low HP, as UW Scrim has been knocking on it this entire game. UW Scrim certainly has more gold than Danny Quick. So at some point, Guelph has to answer back to this and get the gold back instead of just maintaining this perpetual freeze top.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're not actually going for the plates, but they're looking to deny Inexhaustive the golden experience instead. So Varus is getting really ahead, but like Zaya isn't getting too far ahead. He's getting his CS, but he's not getting that plate gold. So I think the eventual victor of this is going to be UW Scrim. I think they might have realized it now. They're looking to try and shove this in, gonna try and get some plates or maybe back and match that ball lane.
It seems like it. And Maple Shade here still trying to pick up what he can underneath the turret. Worth noting again that both kills on Gulf are actually on Wander's Jax, so maybe they're telling themselves that, even if UW Scrim gets fed, there's honestly not much lethality Varus can do against the fed Jax.
Yeah, and now they're looking for another dive here, but this Camille's so hard to deal with, especially with the hashtag ultimatum, but they're gonna try and go for it here, slowly circling. Wander getting the counter strike, New North with the hook, but now the counter gang coming in. Inexhaustive does end up getting killed, but it's going to be the trade kill. Latuve getting the shutdown onto Wander, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. But here comes Toothbooth. The bubble does not land, unfortunately. The Q damage should not nearly be enough, as Latuve should be able to walk his way out. I believe the bubble cooldown is too long. Oh no, he's going for the kill. Oh, okay, Toothboot actually just has so much movement speed that he's able to chase down Xin Zhao. And wow, you can see that 5 plates Scrim has gone the bot lane tower too.
Yeah, UW's. Oh, Inexhaust actually gonna die on his instant TP
Okay.
back top. But yeah, that said, UW Scrim Waterloo will trade back that first turret bot. UW Scrim has so much gold on himself now. And yeah, that dive looked kind of good at first, but Inexhaust was able to stall for so long for the Truth to come over and help him out as Maple Shade goes down again.
Yeah, it really is like the dives end up kind of going even, not that well. But now Plex greeting for plate. He's gonna be flashing the counter strike here. We'll see if he's going to Callum Coy. Does the bind land? It does not. So for now, they're just gonna be able to walk away. Plex not gonna be punished for going for those plays, just having to burn that flash.
Yeah, that's great flash by him to avoid out on the Counter-Strike stun, and notably Plex actually does have a small shutdown despite not having any kill participation. It just goes to show how well he's farming. So Guelph tried to pick that up, it's not going to be enough. Toothbooth here is going to run into the Tooth and his
Toothbooth got 2 flashes, he's chilling.
Yeah, forced the flash away from this scatter of the week, but he is completely fine. As we also did not mention that Guelph did actually trade back the top turret. It was not first turret, but still opening up the map a bit. Inexhausted gets to farm more freely now himself, though.
Yeah, and now we're going to see a TP coming from Toothbooth as they're looking to get these grubs. This should be heading that milestone of 4 marks, so now they get the little kids, the little small grubbies that come in to help when you hit the tower, but might just be all 6 going over to the side of Wander. Going to really help them on their split push when they do hit those towers. As on the other side, Waterloo, they have gotten 1 dragon, but because of that offset timing, there'll be a whole minute before the next dragon comes up. Oh, the bubble lands here. Will North go for the knockup? He does. He takes his time. Wander coming in for the next. Callum Coy having to flash out, so they're going to take that small win and walk away for now. They know the dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. They want to make sure they're ready for that.
Yeah, nothing too much coming out of that fight, like you said, trying to save resources for that dragon. Notably, the gold lead is about 1.5 thousand for Waterloo, so Guelph getting those grubs, getting back the small compensation around the map is definitely going to be helpful. Plex is shut down now up to 200 gold as he's farming up a complete storm. And yeah, like you said, teams are just trying to set up Dragon at the moment. We can see Inexhausted backing, likely to walk down towards that, given his TP is on cooldown. Oh, he actually cancels the back.
Yeah, and you can see the gold differences here. Inexhaustive is almost 1,000 gold up. You see 500 gold up onto Plex, and Scrim also about 500 gold up. They're doing a good job of getting plates on the side of Waterloo, and this is really contributing to the gold lead so far.
I like to see that Flex with so much gold, almost one of the top 3 richest in the game, despite having no kill participation again. He's going to be a very strong Syndra, and also just collecting those stacks for himself. Once he hits the full upgrade on all his abilities, he'll be doing so much damage.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see if they look to fight for this upcoming dragon here, as everyone is coming around. Toothboot doesn't have the TP, and neither does Inexhaustive, so it could be a 4v4. But Inexhaustive is slowly walking down as Water starts up the dragon.
It looks like Guelph is opting to give this up. Wander does have his item completed, as does Toothbooth and Danny Quick, but oh, the catch. To North, and he's gone.
Yeah, that's the power of the Varus ultimate. Catches out the Rakan, maybe going for some vision here and there, and instantly gets one-shotted.
Yeah, the Varus damage is also just so crazy. He has the opportunity first item, just that standard item on lethality poke Varus. It just means his first arrow will be doing so much damage. And despite not being up that much gold on his counterpart, Danny Quick, UW Scrim does so much damage from range right now.
Yeah, exactly. And that Rakan bubble is going to land onto Callum Coy here, but Scrim walking up, making sure that support is okay, but not able to turn too easily as the ult was used to get the kill before.
Yeah, Scrim misses his 3-stack blade arrow there, would have done quite a bit of damage onto Toothbooth, but oh, the 1v1 wow.
Yeah, and Plex just shut down in the side lane. Maple Shade doing what Cassante likes to do as the immobile page in the side lane gets punished.
The O2 Cassante that had 1 CS about 3 minutes in solo kills the farming Syndra. You don't want to see that. That means that Maple Shade is going to be completely back in the game and possibly even up gold on Inexhausted with how much shutdown that was worth.
Yeah, that was a huge turn by the side of Guelph, and it's going to give them a lot of prio for this upcoming Herald. Plex does, however, have the TP, so he can join as soon as he is up. The
Bubble
bubble
lands.
lands here, going for a little bit of poke, and the binding hits, the hook shot next, the Varus ult follows, and Toothboot is dead just like that. And now you can see Zinzap kind of trying to create some space, but New North, he is getting
Kasante's
onto all
here.
of them. Kasante doing Kasante things in the front line. He's unkillable. Latouf gonna get flashed on to die, and now New North is running for his life as Inexhaustive looking to trade one back, finally gets the Q to get the kill, but now Maple Shade, he's gonna have to run out as his ult is not available, and it's a 2v3 in this as Inexhaustive goes in for the hook shot. Maple Shade end up going down, and the Herald is still up if they want to take it.
Yeah, in the end of all that, it's actually net positive for Waterloo. I'm surprised they came out on top. It was not looking great at first, especially when the Kasante showed up with his full health bar just being so tanky. However, Waterloo in the end does win out, and although they don't take the Herald, that is still maintaining their gold lead now, which is ballooned, not ballooned per se, excuse me, but it grew to about 2K.
Yeah, and importantly, Scrim is still alive. He has the 500 gold shutdown popping off in these fights. He instantly one-shot the the Zoe in the last fight, and now they're looking to scrap over here again. Anything to start a fight will do for them.
I almost thought that was a replay. They were standing in the exact same spots, making the exact same movements, but it's not. We're just back to life. They're again dancing around this Herald. As you mentioned, that UW Scream is a big shutdown, has so much gold on him, although part of that is in a mana immune, so he's not as strong as any standard champion would be on 2 items until he completes that mirror mana. But it looks like Guelph is going to be seeding the Herald.
Yeah, they're going to be letting it go for now as Waterloo. They've got their ults up and they're looking quite scary. This Varus is really hard to deal with. If his arrows land on you, you are absolutely one shot.
And so Guelph is going to take the back foot here to stand, protect their turrets, and farm up their jungle. UW Scream hits the arrow there, but it's going to be onto the use support item from Rakami. It's not going to be too much damage. And it looks like nothing is going to be happening in the near future with Dragon spawning in a minute 40.
Yep, that is the next big objective to fight for. So both teams going to be saving their key cooldowns for that. As we see people going back onto the side lane, and this time it's Inexhaustive into Plex to match Maple Shade, which should be a lot better. And Maple Shade, I don't think will be able to solo kill the Camille as easily as the Syndra.
Yeah, Maple Shade did build the Hollow Radiance first item, so and as well as Merc Shreds, he's opted into this magic resistance build, means he doesn't have much, I guess, defensive stats against Inexhaustive, especially with Inexhaustive's true damage. I doubt he could take that 1v1, and he won't for the time being. As you mentioned, Dragon coming up now within almost a minute. UW Scrim would ideally want to finish his mirror mana, but I don't think it's possible before then, so it is very possible Guelph sees this as an opportunity to take the fight.
Yeah, and now there is less than a minute. Both teams looking to set up vision, getting those waves pushed. Inexhaustive, let's see if he can get a big back before this next fight, as he's also got 4 kills on the side of him. Ooh, that bubble is very close, and that's the new wall that's come in now, right? You can just see, like, you don't expect the bubbles to come in. The Zoe has not been meta since the new map has been out, so I think they really are going to be relying on Toothboot to get a nasty bubble onto some of the carries on the side of Waterloo.
Speaking of the Zoe meta, Toothboot did opt into Lichbane first item, which, again, as the Zoe expert, I wholeheartedly trust his decision there, but not something I would expect for a, I guess, a casting burst mage. He's looking to just get that extra auto damage in with the sparkles and do as much damage as possible, aside from just using his abilities.
Yeah, I think people just have been opting for Lichbane as just a really good first item, so it might be because of that. And it is, I guess, better in the team fights if you can't get those big one-shots. You have a lot better DPS, so we'll see if it ended up paying off for him as the Dragon is now live. Waterloo have some good vision as Wander and North going to try and get something back for themselves.
Yo, Tooth is going to summon and drive the Rift Herald down mid, which means try to knock it down actually for before the Dragon spawns to have that priority. And yeah, Waterloo's going to be starting up the Dragon. This is already going to be their third if they get it and put them on Soul Point for the Ocean Soul. So Guelph would ideally not want that to happen, although it doesn't look like they're contesting.
Yeah, it looks like it is just Waterloo. The Herald gave them a lot of prio to get into the pit, but they are slowly making their way around. North is looking for an engage angle if it opens up. There's 3.5k left on the Dragon. Wander coming in. Looks like it might be a smite fight as the bubble hits, and it's going to be Zinzap getting the Dragon. Lachute gets the kill. Lux ulti onto so many of them as Maple Shade, he's in the backline, takes one of them to another city as Inexhaustive isolating with a Zoe on the other hand too. These top laners doing so much work in these fights, and now Inexhaustive just zoning, running for the life as Plex is next on the dinner table for Maple Shade.
This fight is just going completely split as both top lanes are both in the back, as you mentioned, but now they're converging towards the middle. And Exhausted goes on a rampage, finishing off Wander.
Yeah, and just like that, this fight is turning up tails for the side. Wow, Zaya
Danny
pulling the
quick!
feathers back. As
The
Danny,
flash!
the insane mechanics with Zinzao is able to pick up the kill in the end. Almost an insane play by Danny to turn the fight, but in the end, it is going to be an ace for the side of Waterloo as they pick up the dragon as well, going on to Soul Point.
Yeah, what a crazy fight. I thought it looked like they weren't, Guelph wasn't going to contest as they were playing pretty far back, but Wander decides to go in for the steal, doesn't get it, and Latouf secures the Soul Point for Waterloo. And yeah, notably in that fight, both Maple Shade and Inexhausted diving the backline. I'm actually not even, I didn't really notice that Inexhausted was quietly having 6 kills this game. He was on a rampage after that team fight, despite the sort of fiesta that he was forced to face top lane.
Yeah, both these top laners are just doing so much work in these fights. Honestly, they're both just each diving into the other backline and getting at least a kill and easily living on top of that. But in the end, Waterloo does end up coming out on top here, despite an insane attempt by Danny Quick.
Yeah, I really thought Danny Quick was actually going to clutch it out there. The lethal tempo was stacked. He had the feathers and with the great flash. That said, does go down. So now the only deathless champion in the game is UW's Scrim. 4-0-4 on that Varus with a huge shutdown, and now done Miramana as well. He is going to be doing so much damage.
Oh yeah, that is an insane spike for this Varus. He is definitely online right now, and we'll have to see if Maple Shade is going to be able to shut him down. Oh, Varus bolts hit, and Grim just one taps him. And Maple Shade actually getting hit by the Varus passive as well. And oh my god, Maple Shade just... You know, as strong as he is, he does still get one shot by Scrim.
This is a Cassante building armor. As much HP as he has, percent damage on the Varus, just so much. And it looks like Waterloo is going to be pulling back towards the Baron. I don't think they could actually do it, especially with an on-hit, or excuse me, a lethality Varus. So they'll take the 2 kills, or 3 kills, excuse me, and actually do decide to start the Baron. Interesting. We'll see if they can do this as recently in one of the patches.
I really doubt Guelph is going to contest it. They might just try and get the mid tower maybe. The bubble doesn't land either, so this should be all but Waterloo's. I was going to say the Cassante is pretty tanky, so maybe he could kill the Varus, but I was instantly proved wrong in that team fight as Scrim. If the Varus ult lands on you, there's just so much damage coming out of his arrow. As Inexhausted going in instantly as well, getting a good pullback from Danny Quick. He's looking to turn the fight, going on to Latouf here as he's not quite inside the radius of the ultimate. Now he is. The feathers pull back. The kill ends up going, but Callum Boy gets the shutdown back onto the side of Waterloo.
Great flash means he's not going to be able to get any more than that. Yeah, I was going to say, what a great play by Waterloo, knowing their damage and that they can kill Baron despite their team comp, but instantly they bump it and Guelph gets the kills back.
Yeah, and as we say, wow, just so much damage everywhere. Maple Shade gets the kill onto Callum, but it's instantly turned by Scrim, who is now 7-0 on this Varus.
3 items we see he went for the Edge of Night, 3rd item, which means he gets a bit more protection from any stray Zoe bubbles or maybe a counter strike.
Yeah, like that one.
Flex not going to be taken down from that bubble, just sleeps for a little nap. But yeah, UW Scrim, again, surviving that debacle after the Baron. Big shutdown is what they're going to be eyeing on the side of Guelph.
Yeah, and I really like this Edge of Night purchase. If the only way the Waterloo lose this fight at this point is if Scrim just gets caught out randomly by some bubble here and there. So having the Edge of Night as that little guardian angel to protect you from those sneaky little one-shots is honestly such a big buff for them.
Ocean Soul spawning in 40 seconds, or excuse me, it would be Soul for Waterloo if they secure it. Guelph shouldn't be giving that up for free. If they do, this game will be falling even further out of their hands. So it looks like they're trying to be looking to set it up as they're pulling Tooth Booth down. Inexhaust was sent to clear top with TP. Baron, I believe, will still be active for the earlier part of the dragon spawning, although it's only active on a few members currently, given that many of them died.
Yeah, exactly. And now 15 seconds for this dragon. The bubble does barely go wide again, as this is going to be Soul Point now. So if Waterloo can get this, getting Ocean Soul is going to be pretty big for them. Honestly, the dragon isn't amazing since it is mainly one-shots that both rely on. So, but they do want to fight it. North doesn't hit the knockup, and they're going to have to wait a little bit and try again.
4v4 at the dragon while the top laners match each other both with TP in the top lane. And Exhausted does get the inner turret, so that's a ton of gold over to him. UW Scrim actually, was pushing mid for the time being. Guelph did not decide to force in that window.
Yeah, they can just give a dragon, so Scrim is just gonna go mid and pick up a tower. The bubble lands, but Plex is so far away that there's
Golf
not
needs to
really
pull
any
the trigger.
follow-up. Wander going in with the counter strike as the two counters with the ulti. He's able to make some space. Danny Quick finally trying to get some autos, but not really able to use it. Latu's in a
TPs.
really risky spot here. Inexhaustive coming over to bail him out. As on the other side, Plex does get jumped on, but is able to live. As Scrim, the Edge of Night saves him from the Zoe damage, and he's gonna look to regroup with his team.
No one died. What is this? The half health bar is mostly on the side of Guelph, some low on the side of Waterlooo. Maple Shade's going in on his own.
Yeah, Maple Shade not able to do anything. As on the other side, Boot gets one back, but is finally gonna run away. Latu's running for his life. Wander is gonna look to hunt him down, but this is the side on two fronts. At Scrim hits the arrow so much damage. Oh, Danny dodges out on the Lux. Oh, the bubble is dodged as well. So many health bars. People playing on the edge right now. Boot gets a kill. That's a double. He's looking for more. As now there's a Jax from behind. Wander gets the kill onto Plex, but Scrim should be able to finish him up. Oh, he does walk into the bubble. The cleanse helps up, gets another kill. Scrim is now legendary, hunting for Toothboot on the end of it. Looking for the triple. The ult is back up. Can he land the arrow? No, he falls asleep as the damage is not quite enough. As Scrim with the triple kill to end the fight.
Scrim stays alive as the sole survivor. The team is going 5 for 4 in this absolute bloodbath. The sidesteps and the cleanse, he makes it happen. I believe this Chain of Corruption even came back up at the end there. And oh my gosh, UW Scrim remains deathless throughout that entire fight.
Yeah, that honestly, both teams played so well on the edge there. There's no one going down for the first half of that insanely long fight. But in the end, it is Waterloo who do end up picking it up barely. Now, Inexhaustive looking for New North on the kill here. Both teams looking to collapse. Inexhaustive chunks him down to half HP, but he is slippery enough to escape for now.
Yeah, nothing's going to come out of that, but Waterloo onto the Dragon Soul. Again, this is Ocean Soul for them if they secure it, and it looks like they will. Guelph with an amazing attempt in the last fight, but it's not enough to get them the Dragon, and it means they're going to be now fighting against an Ocean Soul while also down 9,000 gold.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think the Ocean Soul is the biggest deal. I think there's a lot of other souls that are scarier out there. This will really help. Oh, Callum, he's walking up. He doesn't care. The team is with him as they're looking to kill this bot inner tower. Their siege definitely gets a lot better with this Ocean Soul, but in those direct team fights near objectives, I think Guelph still have a pretty good chance if they can, again, find Scrim on the side. As now he's channeling the arrow Wander, getting heavily chunked. Bubble does land onto Scrim, but not really any follow-up coming up as they got to clear up this bot wave.
Yeah, Danny Quick dodging out on Scrim's Chain of Corruption, that means he gets to live. But like you said, Ocean Soul is one of the more manageable souls, I'll say. Statistically, it's one of the lower win rates in solo queue. And the reason for that, I think, is largely you can just tech into, or a lot of champions tech into Grievous Wounds anyways, although on currently, I don't believe anyone on Guelph has it, which means Waterloo's Ocean Soul is operating at full force.
Yeah, and now they're storming into the base, going to take down the bot inhib, and oh wow, they're actually just Wander taking a huge chunk there. Inexhaustive going in for the kill. The Hextech ultimatum is dropped as Wanderer drops next, and now Maple Shade pulling him back into their team. A little bit of a semi-insect, but Inexhaustive hook shots away instead. And now the Verisol actually missed. Latu is going to be a huge shutdown by Maple Shade onto Inexhaustive, but the Varus is still alive, and he gets the kill onto Two.
Scatter of the week!
Yeah, Scatter the week. Danny Quick ends up going down to Plex, who's playing insanely in this fight. Latuve ends up picking up the last one. Now it's Maple Shade against the world. One turret is down. Maple Shade next on the table. As OP as people say Cassante is, he cannot stop the win this time. And it's going to be the Nexus left on the table. What a bloodbath it has been. But it's going to be Waterloo picking up game one.
Yeah, Waterloo winning the first game here in the Fearless Draft best of 3 inside of 29 minutes, 31 kills for themselves. Honestly, they really ramped up the tempo as the game went on, just forcing plays over and over and just making the fights happen. And yeah, I think the turning point on that game, it's hard to say there's one specific one, but I think just after getting that Ocean Soul, that 5 for 4 before where Scrims kind of smurfed the fight, it just turned out so well for them, and they could just end the game off one push with Ocean Soul.
Yeah, I think both teams just played insanely well, but in the end, I think Scrim staying alive in every fight, never giving up his shutdown, and just doing absurd amounts of damage. He played so well, and in the end, it was Waterloo coming out with the win because of that. But yeah, crazy lane swaps in the beginning, some botch dives here and there, but crazy turns for these insanely long team fights. What a well played game by both teams. So this is just the beginning here, as we got a whole best of 3 series. Waterloo, they got one game, so we'll have to see if they come back to finish up the series in game 2, or we'll have to go to a game 3 banger.
I like they mentioned the botch dives or the lane swaps earlier on. I almost forgot that it happened, as even though it looked like it wasn't too good for Guelph, they managed to pull it back, and it was quite even in the later ends of the early game. Again, Warriors did end up winning it. However, like you said, going into the next game now with Fearless Draft, they can't pick these champions anymore. I think one of the notable ones to talk about was Callum's Lux. His favorite champion, I did have some plays for sure, but now it won't be available, so he's going to be forced to pick something else.
Yeah, I think bigger than that, Varus is such a staple pick that you can kind of just like drop around by picking it so early. So that being off the table will really make things interesting too. And I think that's what makes Fearless Draft so great. Like every game is a different story. You can't just keep falling back on what's worked for you in the past.
So we'll see if UW Scrim has anything else spicy in his back pocket. I think we can agree that he would be at least in the talks for MVP for this game for Waterloo. He had most of the kills, and again, like you said, he didn't die. I want to see it as sort of as repaying the favor for Exhaustive hard carry on Aatrox in the previous game. And Exhaustive, again, forced into that lane swap, sort of having to deal with the game in not a great state, but UW Scrim make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, we're going to head off to a short little break before we come back to game 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a little bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Waterloo versus the Guelph Griffins. We are at Game 2. Waterloo took Game 1 in a crazy bloodbath of a game. So we'll see what ends up going on in here in this next game.
And a reminder to all our viewers, this is a fearless draft, so neither team can pick the same champions they picked in Game 1. And Waterloo is going to start off with the Yasuo ban, same as the last game, same last draft so far.
Yeah, it's interesting to point out that Guelph, even though they have side selection, they picked for red side here. So they're really looking to try and get some good counter picks to help them win the game, since a lot of these OP characters that they picked last game are just gone now.
And the draft, the bans so far are going the exact same as previously. Same order, almost exactly. I think it is actually the exact same order, despite the fact that they switched sides. The bans are going to be the same from both teams. Again, Inexhaust's Aatrox is just an absolute force. Skarner, Yasuo, key bans on the side of Waterloo towards Guelph. And Waterloo is going to be, as you mentioned, on the blue side, so they'll get the first pick. We'll see what they prioritize. For any viewers that may want to keep track, the champions that Waterloo picked in Game 1, so thus are not available for this game, are Camille, Jinzhao, Syndra, Varus, and Lux.
Yeah, and with Varus off the table, they're going to go for the scaling side now with the Jinx. And Guelph's hovering the... Let's go! I asked for it at the start of the series, and they delivered. Draven Nami coming out for the Guelph side, and they want to punish this Jinx.
Draven, a very exciting pick, very powerful in lane, and it's also been a lot of presence both in solo queue and at MSI. Pairing it with Nami is, to me, a bit surprising that Nami will be going to New North support. I don't think this is in my experience, not a very typical bot lane combo with the Draven. However, yeah, it does have a lot of kill potential nonetheless, especially on a Jinx.
Yeah, it's interesting that they aren't going for some like hook support or anything like that. But on the side of Waterloo, it's going to be the Jarvan coming out, just a classic competitive jungler that can really get onto the Draven very easily and lock him down with the Cataclysm. So if Draven doesn't have flash, he's not getting out of there.
A great pick in a mobile ADC, and although a pro play staple in recent years, has not been too popular more recently, as he's not fallen out of favor due to recent patches and the new season. Now Waterloo hovering the Lulu, just looking for that nice enchanter pair up with the Jinx, and very clearly having the identity of trying to scale up the Jinx and just take over team fights later on.
Yeah, and Guelph replying with the Nzao here, and it's a pretty good pick into the Jarvan. You can actually ult the Jarvan out of his combo. You can really match him in his early aggression, so I like to see that coming out on the side of Guelph.
And as mentioned, Waterloo picked Jinzhao in their first game, so that means they were not allowed to. But Guelph is the champions you can't pick are only based on your own. So Guelph taking that away, and also seeing the Jarvan, knowing that it's already in the jungle, they don't have to be worried about a Jax counter pick.
Yep, and with that, we're getting on to the second phase of bans. Plexus Ahri being taken off the board here. Wouldn't be surprised if the second phase bans stay relatively the same too.
Yeah, last time we saw Olaf and Kled from the side of Waterloo to hit Guelph's top lane pool. Both are... last time Maple Shade on Guelph picked Cassante, so he won't be able to do that again. They don't need to worry about that pick. Instead, they're hovering Poppy for the time being, which is also a very hard counter into Jarvan, just being able to instantly deny the flag drag combo.
Yeah, exactly. And now looking at what kind of both teams need on their side, whenever there's a Draven in the game kind of just ends up revolving around him. So the jungler's got to be pathing bot side to help him out, especially since Nami doesn't have the best engage on her own. You really want to get the jungler in there trying to set up the Draven for the bounty on his axe pickups.
We'll see what Guelph decides to ban. And they're actually going to hit the Cassante, so since they couldn't pick it themselves, they're going to ban it, meaning that Waterloo won't be able to either. Again, tightening up that top lane pool. And as with most drafts, both teams did draft their bot side first, so trying to get the counter picks further solo lane. And Waterloo will be the Kled ban against Maple Shade again.
Yeah, usually it is mid being picked up in that R4 slot, since top lane counter pick can get pretty crazy. We'll have to see if they do go for that lane swap, could there be like a Scion or anything like that picked which survives really well in that weak side for the top laners? We saw it in the last game, so I feel like we're bound to see it again this game. Maybe Waterloo will do it, but it's the Karma.
Karma has to... it actually could be both mid or top from the side of Guelph. Much more popular mid somewhat recently, although she did get nerfed. That said, Malignant's Karma is still a force to be reckoned with, providing so many shields and just also damage. So again, could be the top lane pick, but I would imagine it operates better in the mid lane in this draft.
Yeah, Karma Xin Zhao is actually a really good combination. So if we get to see that mid jungle duo really run over the early game, that's a pretty good win con for them to play for. But on the other side, it's going to be the Aurelion Soul being picked up here. They have just got so much scaling on the side of Waterloo.
Another powerful control mage pick for Plex, just something that he's known for. Aurelion Soul just has so much damage. Being able to supplement this Jinx, honestly, in terms of the late game scaling comp, neither of them have a ton of pressure, especially given these lane matchups early on. So Waterloo trying to just say we're going to be way stronger than you late game if you don't beat us early on with your Draven and Jin Zhao comp. It's not looking good for the Guelph.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to wrap it up with the set blind pick. Really interesting to see the character come out. I think with a lot of the bruiser items being nerfed, we'll have to see how he does with it. I don't think I've seen a set before on this patch, so we'll see if Inexhaustive can make it happen. But on the side of Guelph, they got the counter pick. Let's see what their answer for the set is.
Yeah, great point that set is just not been common either too much in recent patches or this season in general. As you said, bruiser items have been nerfed as well, which hits him even more so than he was before. So maybe they're considering a good blind pick and also just getting some more power to their top side against Guelph. And Guelph is going to opt for Gragas, which again can technically be a top mid flex pick here, but I can only assume it's a Karma mid with Gragas top.
Yeah, that will most likely be what it is. And I like the Gragas pick here. When you do pick the Draven, your jungler is just going to permanently be bot side. So picking something like the Gragas that can survive so easily, play that weak side so well, I think really complements their draft really well here.
They're really just going to be all-inning on that Draven if they want to win this game. Not a ton of carry potential outside of that. Jin Zhao is going to be building bruiser. Karma is more of a supportive pick. She can carry very ahead, but uncommon. Gragas, like you said, likely on weak side when you have a Draven. So if they get this Draven ahead, they might be able to run over Waterloo's comp before they can scale. And if not, then they better be careful about the Sky's Descent later on.
Yeah, and I think, obviously, Draven's going to have the push. They're going to be looking for some dives. We got to make sure that dives are clean on the side of Guelph. I think their draft really does line them up for it because Karma has such good wave clear in the early game that she can just push the ASOL in and help bot in those dives. And Jinx, she's very immobile in the early game, very squishy. So if you can get onto her, you can kill her pretty quickly too.
And just to remind any new viewers who might have just been joining what they're playing for, so this is a best of 3 Waterloo on match point here in the semifinals. The winner here will, of course, go on to the grand finals and be guaranteed a piece of the $1,000 prize pool. And that prize pool is thank you to our CIE co-title sponsors, BMO and TELUS.
Yeah, starting off with BMO, they have this amazing student banking plan that helps you focus on what's really important. They've got checking and savings account, credit cards, and borrowing options that are specifically designed for students. So you get up to 12 months of Domino's Pizza with the current student offers, which include no monthly plan fees while you're in school and for up to 1 year after you graduate, as well as convenient branch locations that are close to home and campus, and unlimited transactions that also include the Interact e-transfers too.
It's honestly just an amazing deal from BMO, especially for students. Free pizza is not something you can pass up in this economy. And what better to pair alongside some pizza than some more gaming, thanks to TELUS Arena.
Yeah, TELUS Arena is so amazing. It provides the best place for Canadian gamers to play and improve their skills through free coaching from the pros, or even to compete to win thousands of dollars in prizes. So whether you're a casual gamer looking to just learn and improve, or a pro gamer looking to win some tournaments, there's a place for everyone at TELUS Arena. So with monthly events across a variety of games, there's always something going on. So make sure to join the TELUS Arena Discord to stay updated on all of their activities.
If anyone felt like they wanted a piece of the CIE tournament and weren't able to, or maybe got knocked out earlier, TELUS Arena is a great way to just participate in some more events and try to win some money yourself.
Yeah, it's really cool to see something like that be out there.
And so yeah, this game will be starting in hopefully just a moment. But again, as we mentioned, the winner of this will go on to the finals, and they would be guaranteed a podium finish, either playing for the third place, being guaranteed either first or second in the tournament and getting a piece of the $1,000 prize.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, any predictions going into this game too? Do you think Guelph has the early game prowess to pick up the win, or do you think Waterloo will outscale them?
I think given last game, Guelph did show some great plays early on in the game, demonstrating that they do have that early game potential to pull the trigger and get ahead. So I think that Guelph does have a great chance of winning here. On the other hand, Waterloo, not trying to be too much of a homer, but again, we've seen this team win time and time again, and this is a comp they look very comfortable on. They have the 2 carries on their ADC and mid, and just with Onat / Latoof in the jungle on the playmaking means that they're very comfortable with this comp.
Yeah, I think I'm hoping for Guelph to win and make this a 3-game banger of a series. They've got some really good plays. I really like that they have this really nice weak side that doesn't need much attention, a mid that can quickly push and roam to this bot lane and try and get this win con of the Draven ahead. So hopefully they can execute well on that, get some good dives going, and just snowball the game from that.
Yeah, it's just worth, I guess, talking about in that first game too, that Guelph did opt into the lane swap, putting their bot lane top while putting Maple Shade solo bot. Do you think we're going to see that again with these team comps? It seems rather unlikely that Guelph would opt into this.
Yeah, I don't think Guelph would opt into it, but as Waterloo, I feel like it'd be really good to opt into it because if you're playing Jinx and you see a Draven on the other side, you want to get away. So getting Waterloo onto the other side of the map, dodging out of that really volatile lane would be really good for them. And honestly, Set is a pretty good weak side top laner too. Diving a Set is incredibly difficult as he can just pull people together, has an immense shield and the haymaker to just survive dives so easily. So if Waterloo can perform a successful lane swap, I think honestly it might just win the game for them.
We'll see if they do it. Guelph, again, was the one that lane swapped last game, and they also did lane swaps yesterday during the round robin. Waterloo, to my knowledge, has not performed a lane swap yet, so this is either something that they're hiding in their arsenal or they're not prepared to do it, in which case we won't see it this game, and they're going to opt into the regular 2v2 and try to survive against the Draven.
Yeah, honestly, maybe the Set pick is because they want to opt into the lane swap too. You don't see that character a lot, but being able to survive dives and being by yourself under tower is something that Set does pretty well with, so maybe it will be the lane swap coming out for them.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Set having all that survivability, and another thing worth mentioning is just that passive regen. Even if he gets cut low, he can passively regen it up so quickly, based having increased health regen based on how low he is. So, like you said, a great a great weak side pick, and I would like to see Waterloo pull out the lane swap strategy against Guelph, just showing them their own strategies there.
Yeah, and also just like looking at the jungle matchups too, right? These are two really aggressive junglers, have a very similar identity, honestly, but Jarvan does a better job of diving onto immobile carries. And you look at the side of Guelph, right? Draven and Karma both don't have any ways to get out of the Jarvan ulti. So if you don't have flash and Jarvan ults on you and there's a dragon throwing a meteor at you, there is not much you can do to survive. So I think if Waterloo can pull off those kind of combos, try and burn the flashes and then get the wombo combo in the objective fights, it's really hard for Guelph to actually play in team fights if they're not snowballing ahead in like the first 10-15 minutes.
And yeah, I'm just hearing that hopefully we'll be getting into games soon. There are some slight delays, and I thank you all the viewers for being here. But again, this is, I would argue this is probably the best League of Legends watch experience currently, given that MSI is in China, so you can't exactly watch that right now. But yeah, have you been keeping up with MSI yourself?
Yeah, trying to watch the highlights here and there. Honestly, not been looking too good for the NA matches here, but you try to see what you can get. Maybe some surprise wins will be picked up. But yeah, as you said, the timing isn't the most convenient here. I do like to get my beauty sleep myself, so I like to watch them in the morning, try and catch some highlights, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, game one just now between Waterloo and Guelph, that looked closer than most of the games between Western and Eastern teams at MSI. So yeah, hopefully we get another good game here. It's not another, not a stomp like most MSI games. Same as you, I've only been watching.
Fnatic had a pretty close one at the start before they ran through in the other game, so there might be some hope. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see after these games, like the Western rivalries and the Eastern ones coming across. There'll be some pretty fun games, but right now we got Waterloo versus Guelph game. If the first game was any sign at all, this one's going to be just as much of a banger as everyone running onto that mid lane to scrap it out.
On to the Rift, and most notably first is that Toothbooth and Wander have switched back, so Toothbooth back in the mid lane, having played jungle last. Actually, excuse me, or no, Toothbooth is mid lane again.
Yeah, they've kept the swap up.
Yeah, I always get thrown off given that they actually changed portraits this time. But yeah, last time Wander and Toothbooth did a role swap, and this time they're continuing to do so, keeping Wander in the jungle. Toothbooth, again, having played Zoe in the first game, is not allowed to this game because of Fearless Draft. And yeah, it looks like nothing is too spicy at the moment. Notably, Inexhausted is in the top lane, so it looks like Waterloo will not be lane swapping.
Yeah, no crazy shenanigans this time. And Wander actually just walked up straight into the enemy blue buff and dropped a ward. They did see him doing it, so they should know that their blue is being warded. Jarvan going to be looking to start on his bot side. So there isn't any lane swap that is going on. So Jinx is actually going to have to lane against the Draven. So I think as Guelph, you really love that. It was, some scraps going out. Inexhausted punch in that Gragas.
just a little bit of damage. Yeah, like you mentioned, Latoof pathing up while Wander pathing down towards his strong lane, which would be the Draven. Latoof, I guess, opting to leave the Jinx on the weak side. Oh, they're actually going to get good damage on New North. But yeah, Latoof pathing into the phase rush Gragas top. I'm not sure how much he can get out there, but also it's possible he's trying to avoid running into Wander in a 1v1.
Yeah, he actually started the tier 2, so he is really weak. And Scrim getting a good trade onto the Nami, but Nami has so much healing that I feel like it almost just isn't worth it losing the little bit of HP they did, as he gets immediately chucked out for a lot with the Axe too. And like we said, the Jarvan starting bot side while the Xin starting top side, so their jungler won't be there to help them when the Xin Zhao comes in to get onto the Jinx.
Exhausted missing the grab there, but yeah, Jinx actually getting pushed early on here with the Rocket's AoE. She is able to push a bit faster if Draven's not constantly autoing. But again, she did trade her HP for the support. Nami is not the best, and I'm surprised that Draven and Nami aren't playing a bit more aggressively here.
Yeah, I guess they're maybe trying to lull them into a false sense of security before the jungler comes over. As we see Latoof looking for a gank onto this mid lane. Tooth is so pushed up here as Latoof doesn't quite land the combo, but Aesol going in for all the passive stacks in the world. I believe Latoof's Q does come up, and oh, in the bot lane, it's actually first blood. We thought it was a nice little chill lane, but the moment we look away, they strike as Danny Quick gets a kill for himself.
Yeah, maybe I spoke too soon that they actually do decide to go in. On the side of Guelph, they actually burned all four sums were burned from the side of Guelph, Waterlooo burning everything except Callum's flash. So pulling the trigger, and it does work out with that Halo Blades Draven. It is just so much damage. And unfortunately, Latoof does trade flash mid, but did not get a kill there.
Yeah, and in the mid lane, I believe Aesol actually just had to flash that gank from Wander too. So good counter gank coming in from him. North getting some damage onto the Lulu, but Callum is not able to stop the Draven back. That's a serrated Dirk 3 minutes in. This Draven is going to do so much damage when he does come back.
Yeah, all going towards Guelph's plan of getting this Draven ahead. His axes are going to hurt like a complete truck. So UW Scrim and Callum Coyne are going to be on the back foot for the time being, and hopefully they can scale up and not fall too far behind. Otherwise, nothing too much happening on the map otherwise.
Yeah, it's just going to be junglers going back to clearing their camps here. As when the Draven does come back to lane, I think Wander might look for a gank onto it. That is a flashless Jinx, so if they want to slow push a wave, stack it up, it is very difficult for Jinx to survive a dive if there's 3 people going onto her.
Yeah, Waterloo for the time being going to reset as Guelph picks up their wave under turret. Danny Quick now, not just with that kill, but with the CS lead, is going to be making so much money. You can see that... Oh,
that was actually really big.
Yeah,
New North canceling the back from the Jinx. She's going to take a little bit of damage there, going to be forced to stay in lane. I believe she did technically get a back off when she died, so she did come back with a long sword, so not going to get much more than that for now.
Top lane, little skirmish, Maple Shade out of mana despite the tier star. He's actually down almost 20 CS in the 1v1. The wave is going to be crashing into him soon. Inexhaustive playing this, I don't want to say weak side against, given that Latoof did path up, but playing the 1v1 well quite currently.
Yeah, and I think Greg is greeting for that tier star just makes him so weak in lane 2 that he isn't really able to walk up against Inexhaustive and has to bleed a lot of CS. But now you see bots slowly pushing in, but both junglers are at the top side for now, so nothing crazy gonna happen.
Yeah, notably, both, as you mentioned, both junglers top. I don't see Waterloo forcing anything too soon, especially given the game state. So it's actually.
Yeah, you say they're not gonna force anything. Inexhaustive grabs him out of the tower, but not really gonna get too much from that, as Gragas is gonna be just chilling, grabbing up the CS. Still like 20 CS down though.
Yeah, huge. Oh, Jenny Quick goes in.
Oh, the bubble just barely doesn't land from New North, but if it had, Danny Quick would have gotten another quick one there, but Scrim stays alive for now.
I think a bit of miscommunication that Danny Quick's stand aside actually pushed Jinx out of where New North was casting his Nami bubble, so not necessarily that it would have been hit either way. Maybe UW Scrim would have sidestepped it, but just layering up the CC in an unideal way.
And now Latoof is on his way. The Draven does not have any flash, but Scrim is so low that I don't know if Latoof can really help them. Like, maybe he's just standing there to make sure they don't get dove. As the bubble misses again, New North is kind of squishy.
His flash is almost up.
Ooh, the heal is there to give him the movement speed to get out. Danny Quick looking for some damage on the back of it, but is not going to be able to get anything. As here come Tooth Booth and Wander behind him. The Truth is in for surprise as he sees two people here. Going to get back into tower. The wind become lightning, strikes onto two. And now there's three people stuck in the little fishbowl as Karma is shooting at them. The wave is getting pushed in. Here comes the dive
Flex
as
is
soon
on
as
his
these
way.
minions go. Oh, Scrim is 1 HP. Callum Coy taking an immense amount of damage.
It's taking so long.
Land. Oh, Wander get the kill onto Scrim. Here comes Plex though with the trade onto Tooth Booth. The ultimate Dragon's Meteor comes onto Wander as he is also going to end up going down as it's an insane roam by Plex picking up the double kill.
Yeah, that looked good for Guelph at first. Like, they had such low HP bars from the side of Waterloo stuck under the turret, but 3 of them were on the backside with only Danny Quick shoving the wave, so they couldn't get the dive going fast enough, and Plex manages to rotate over.
Yeah,
and
they just
Waterloo now
took
with the
too
gold
long.
lead. Yeah.
Yeah. Plex barely actually coming in at the perfect time to pick up the double kill there.
Yeah, great move by him to recognize that there was still a play to be had and it wasn't just doomed. Tooth Booth had the early move. They just don't make something happen out of it. Thankfully, Danny Quick is still alive so he can maintain his stacks and look for a second cash out, which he might get right here, actually.
Yeah, does the bubble land this time? It does land onto Scrim, but really good chompers by him, making sure that Draven cannot just walk up to auto. And now they really want to crash this wave and not let it get frozen on, or else Zin, he can come up. Wander is hanging around nearby. They know this wave state is really bad for Waterloo, and they should look to capitalize on it. Tooth Booth actually has a prio on the roam too. And Scrim, looking to ward it, may regret it. He does have the flash, as the flash is followed by Wander. The little bit of health.
No
Is the
way!
wind become lightning available? It is not, as he does end up living.
Callum with the flash shield at first, it looked like it wasn't going to do anything, but it actually does save UW Scrim with a sliver of HP, and it means that they're not going to get the kill on the side of Guelph. UW Scrim making a slight mishap there, walking up with a ward like you said, but manages to scamper out.
Yeah, that's pretty huge, and the Truth is actually able to get 3 grubs on the back end of that. Being able to trade objectives with the comp that Waterloo has with both the Jinx and the ASO is really great for them.
Indeed, it's going to be a great, not even compensation given that again they're up in gold, but a great trade back from the Dragon will go over to the side of Wander bot, so that is something for the side of Guelph. However, again, as time goes on, that Guelph is not ahead. Waterloo is just scaling out the storm.
Yeah, you would love to be Waterloo in this position, as Maple Shade gets 1 tower shot onto Inexhaustive, but he's got a Catalyst and a Tier. This guy is scaling for 30 minutes. He is not going to be able to do much to the set at this point, and he's got both the ult and flash, so he's just chilling for now.
The CS lead has ballooned to almost 40 now between Maple Shade and Inexhaustive. Inexhaustive just maintaining this dominance in the set 1v1. Again, junglers have barely visited top, although we can see that both are clearing up there right now. Again, top is probably not where either jungler wants to try to make a play.
Yeah, however, Exhaustive, he is becoming the king of the island, and Greg is he's just trying to pick up whatever CS he can, getting the scraps. But yeah, it's getting to the point now that right now, Draven, he's built up a lot of stacks for his axes, and if he can get a kill or get shut down, it'll basically spell the doom or gloom of Guelph in this game.
Yeah, you can see with that gold, he now has a Brutalizer, Kerchase Shard, and Serrated Dirk, so much damage, and with that lethality, not entirely sure what he's building.
Bubble landing onto Callum Cole here, and just like that, Draven actually doesn't get the kill as Tooth Booth picks it up. You hate to see it on the side of Guelph, but it was a good kill onto Callum Cole, which means Scrim really cannot stay under this tower. The Tooth is coming from behind to help him out, as Tooth Booth, they're going to spot him back mid here, so maybe Scrim can walk up now with Latooth behind him.
Yeah, that kill not going to Danny Quick is just so unfortunate. Not sure if there's some miscommunication or they just weren't expecting to do that much damage, but
there's a dragon behind. The combo. We talked about it. The Jarvan ult, the Aso ult, and Plex is on a killing spree. Dragon stacks are gone. As yeah,
we're still
Plex
going.
A little bit cocky there, jumping onto Wander in melee range of the dragon, gonna be able to get the shutdown on him. Latooth is gonna get snared by Tooth Booth here, as Wander is looking to go on a killing spree of his own here. Latooth gets the Lulu ult to help him out. A couple of autos, Callum cannot keep him alive, as Wander, he's murdering them. Double kill now, triple kill coming out for Wander, and yeah, it wasn't Draven getting the kills, but Wander did a pretty good job himself.
That was a great play at first from Waterloo to force onto the flashless Draven, like you said, taking him down and getting rid of those stacks. But then they just chased too far. Plex going over the wall into the Jin Zhao and just have no real way of fighting or getting out of there. And like you said, Wander now 4-1, picking up those kills as top laners.
Yeah, you know, in exhaustive,
Having a
always gotta
great
get the
time.
reps in when you can. You can't keep up that amazing physiques without any effort like that, you know.
Maybe Greg should learn a thing or two about that. Then again, maybe
Yeah,
his
he's not
body's
interested. He's carrying a wine barrel instead. I think that says it all.
respectable top lane handshake there, despite the fact that Inexhaustive is just absolutely dominating in CS. And back to just farming and handshaking the lanes as they've swapped Danny Quick mid here rather than keeping him bot.
Yeah, and now we're in an interesting position for Guelph, where the goal is actually on
TP.
Wander as the TP coming in from behind. They see Jinx is up too far. Wander is coming in. Tooth Booth behind as Scrim running for his life. The Chompers lands pretty well, but he's kind of put between the rock and a hard place as Wander. They're trying to get
Scrim!
the kill onto Danny here. Really well done by them to actually secure that. As I think he got 200 gold from stacks there. Really good for Guelph.
Yeah, not bad cash out for him. It's better than nothing for sure. And a good thing they actually fed over the kill to Draven this time, knowing there's no way of escape. UW Scrim now 0-4. Falling behind on the Jinx, especially without sums, it's just so hard to stay alive or do anything in these team fights.
Yeah, and this is the kind of proactive plays that we wanted to see from them, right? They continued to look for them and got some good kills onto the side. It's now like a little better than evened out. They were behind in kills before, which you hated to see, but they are trying to push the tempo again. And we got Dragon coming up in less than a minute. I'm sure they're going to be on top of that as well. We'll see if Waterlooo ends up fighting for it.
Let's see. Indeed, it is just the second dragon, so why does it say it's an ocean dragon? I'm not sure what's wrong with the observer or the spectator UI there. It's not possible for it to be an ocean dragon given the first was already one. That said, I don't think Waterloo would be that adverse to just giving it up, given that they are a scaling comp and it's only the second one.
Yeah, and Wander immediately getting onto the grub. So it's going to be a 3-3 grub trade here. And interestingly enough, Draven has gone for Voltaic Cyclosword as his first item, which I have almost never seen, but maybe it is a new build. Usually they, like, Lethality Draven does perform really well if he can continue to snowball Inexhaustive, dodging out on Scrim's ultimate there, and Maple dodging out on Scrim's ultimate, as now there's a little Toot Boot stuck under tower, 4 people going for him. Latouf is gonna knock him up. The dragon breeds as Latouf picks up the kill.
Slightly unfortunate the kill goes to Latouf there. I personally would have definitely given it to my Acel. Jinx probably not ideal given that you would reset her gold value. But yeah, Latouf getting it for himself. It's his first kill and it's more gold for him to work with as the jungler.
Yeah, but
Can't
look
be
at the
unhappy
plates
about
that Danny's getting too. I think he was able to pick up some of them before the plates ran out, and now the dragon is up. They're in a little bit of a weird place. The two going to be ulting Newworth, going to pick up another kill onto them. The jungler's going big in this game, as now Wander is in a little bit of trouble, but he has a turret to help him out. We'll see if Waterloo get a little bit too cocky again, or they just go for the dragon. The big thing is Inexhaustive TP'd while Maple didn't, so this dragon should be end up going to them.
Yeah, looks like it will. And again, Latouf getting that kill on the Nami instead of the Jinx. Again, whether or not it's on purpose, this is not getting as much gold on the Jinx as you could, but possibly on purpose. And like you said with the... Oh, good look for the damage here.
Plex could die here. Ooh, he's just a little bit too fast for Two Boots flash ult Q to hit him. And yeah, that was a little bit too close for comfort, as now Inexhaustive trying to go for the Herald, interestingly enough. Okay, just putting out the ward.
Inexhaustive is so powerful. He's 50 CS up on Maple Shade now. He has 150 gold shutdown despite having no kill participation. I don't know where that super mega death rocket is going.
I think it was to stop Danny Quick's back. Doesn't do too much, but it definitely does annoy them. So it's like an ult for the mental, you know?
Mental advantage gained by Waterloo. Unfortunately, well, it did not hit. I don't think so.
No, it didn't.
Okay. Mental advantage not gained, but attempted. But yeah, like you said, the one dragon dude does go over to Waterloo. They are stalling out this game quite well, and not too much happening as I say that.
Yeah, Toot Boot, he's going to try and land the next Q, but Inexhaustive is doing a good job of staying in front of Callum, dodging out on the bubble, but here comes Danny. The next Nair does land, but yeah, I think honestly Toot Boot is in such a strong spot right now. The Karma getting the Malignance is such a huge power spike for her, so she really needs to be proactive in taking over the game, but Scrim getting the bot tower solo.
Yeah, somehow first turret going over to the Jinx lane, despite being so far behind. That's what happens when you just put your Fed Draven mid instead. He managed didn't quite manage to get that mid turret down in time. It's just on the sliver of HP. But that's going to be so much
Yeah.
gold over for UW Scrim. Maybe that puts
Honestly,
it back in the game.
pretty big oversight there. It really does help Jinx catch up getting the solo gold there, as Wander getting some damage onto Latu, but Inexhaustive's there, so nothing really happens. Yeah, I think Toothboot tried to make a play mid, but not at the right time. But he's
TP.
going again. The TP coming in, the wave coming out, the Dragon's Breath is hitting everyone as Toothboot gets up a kill. Maple picks up another. Jinx from downtown picks up a kill. Back onto Maple Shade as Wander. He's hunting Inexhaustive right now. Kills him before he gets onto the tower. And now Waterloo is running for their lives as a huge play from Gryphon coming out.
Yeah, amazing team fight from them. 1 for 3 in their favor, and the one just coming from a super mega death rocket all the way down from mid lane. First kill for UW Scrim, but overall that was a great play by them. They get that inexhaustive shutdown and just pressure on the map, as well as Herald. Overall,
Yeah,
that
they
might
get the
see the
Herald.
game for them. They're up 1k now.
Yeah, they get the Herald, they get the mid tower too. I'm not sure how that fight started or why Waterloo was fighting there, but this really opens up the game for Guelph.
Yep, we'll see what they do with this. How much gold Draven has. He might be on 2 items here down compared to Scrim's just 1, because he's up almost 1.5k. Almost most of the lead from Guelph's gold is actually between him and UW Scrim here.
Yeah,
Flex?
he's just gonna go ahead and pick up the wave before he backs, but he should have the 2 items spike now.
Yeah, I think Guelph is certainly stronger right now. We see Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. They have that Herald in their hand to play with. Waterloo needs to staunch any attempted play and just try to get their carry some more gold. You can see that 7k on Plexus actually means he's only 700 down on the Draven. Again, Draven being this fed is just far more useful than a very low stack Brilliant Soul. Nonetheless, I'm sure that he believes he will get stronger real soon.
Yeah, and Danny actually using his ult to quickly clear out the wave and get the reset before the next dragon coming out. Hopefully it should be back up in time before the next fight ensues. Let's see what he does end up backing for here. It should be like, oh my god, they do end up stopping him.
What he
Yeah,
backs for if Callum lets him back. They're not
the
letting
ult is
him
so
back.
good. That's
Stopping
honestly
the-
so big, yeah.
Are they looking for a dive here on him possibly now that he's back as Callum? He has no mana, or they're just going to get the mid-turret out of this. Great
Yeah, like-
cancel plays by Waterloo.
Yeah, putting pressure on the tower. North hits a 2-man bubble, but the wave follows up, but still not really any follow-up. Plex walks over the wall. TP coming in to help out. Toothboot is in a little bit of a rough spot as here comes Inexhaustive. The ult goes wide. The Graggle Barrel from Maple is huge to split up the engage from the side of Waterloo.
Nothing's going to come out of that aside from the mid-turret falling down. It looked like it was about to be a pretty good play with the 2-man bubble followed up by the tidal wave from New North, but there was no follow-up from the rest of the Guelph team. And in the end, I would say that is net positive for Waterloo. They can be happy about getting the turret and now resetting here, or setting up for the dragon and spawning in 30 seconds.
Yeah, pretty good for them to get that. Inexhaustive, he should be able to just walk it out here. We'll have to see if Waterloo goes for the... Oh my god, that is a risky back, but...
That was real risky.
Callum, he's on top of it. We'll see if Waterloo tries to fight for this dragon. Them getting the 1 dragon before means it is pretty easy to just give this 1-2 and just scale.
Yeah, they think they should be happy giving it up, although it looks like they might be trying for something. We can see Danny Quick now has 2 items and Exhaust was caught.
Yeah, Inexhaustive. So
Wonder-
many shields on him. And Wander's gonna get ulted and shut down by Latu as now Plex is on the chase, just breathing on Maple Shade. Toothbooth actually picks up the kill onto Inexhaustive. The Karma doing so much damage as Plex finally kills Maple Shade.
Yeah, 1 for 2, including the jungler down on the side of Guelph. Does this mean that Waterloo can
Oh
pull
my
the dragon?
god.
No.
Yeah, Toothboot with the flash, New North picking up the kill, but on the other hand, New North having to flash out the 2 after his EQ is pretty bit useless. At Scrim, he's rooted up, the Lulu shields are on him, but Draven
the flash
flashing
in!
forward for the kill. He gets the kill onto it. He's trying to run from Latuf here, who's gonna end up killing him, and now it's a 2v1 here. Toothboot trying his best. Will the next ult Q come up in time? It will not, as Latuf finally does end up going down to, I believe, the Malignants. What did we just see? Dead bodies all around. Crazy fight, and it's gonna be no one picking up the dragon yet.
These teams just love putting their foot on the gas pedal. In the end, I think it's another 5 for 5 or 5 for 4. It's hard to keep track when it's fighting for that long. But the goal in the end of all that is even, and now it's Guelph first onto the dragon.
Yeah, Latuf being one of the last ones going down means this should just be Guelph's dragon here, but it was stalled a decent amount out. And yeah, honestly, if you're Waterloo, you're fine to give this dragon, you're fine to take those fights. They are fairly even, so you're able to just completely scale up.
And notably, they're also going to pull TP. Oh, the Jinx
little
still
close
barely
there.
enough.
Yeah, I believe they can't really go over the wall here, so an exhaustive should be fine here. Jinx ult was a little bit too close for comfort. There's like 200 HP left, but well secured by Wander.
That would have been amazing for Waterloo. That definitely would have swung the momentum of the game. But now things are relatively back to even. I was gonna say Danny Quick done 2 items. He had it for that team fight just now with the Hubris second. You can see him flashing in at the end. They're just going kind of crazy on the Draven. If he gets that 1 kill, it means he has so much damage with the Hubris, so he can take over the fight. However, that fight, front to finish, did not go as well as he would have hoped.
Yeah, I also do want to point out that Aesol is at like 220 stacks. Because he's fighting so much, he is really strong. You can tell just by the size of the E he puts down. This next Sky's Descent that he's going to get is going to be absolutely huge. I think we're getting to the point where, like, in like one more item, this Aesol is going to be a huge problem compared to the Karma. As Latouf just flash ulting him, the Jinx ult coming in as a combo, Callum ulting him to follow up, and Danny Quick is gone just like that. Yeah, ADC in 2024, ladies and gentlemen. You just got killed.
That's the life, especially with no flash. You just don't have the right to play the game. Then you can see how many ultimates came down to put him in the dirt. Now it's starting up the Baron from Waterloo. Jungler's still alive for Guelph, though.
Yeah, and now Inexhaustive, his TP isn't quite up. They get the TP from the Gragas, which is the small win they're going to take and just walk it out here.
And yeah, before we talked about that, like you were saying with the Aurelion Sol stacks, he is so stacked up. Just 23 minutes in the game. UW Scrim as well on 2 items on the Jinx. You're worried about the scaling on the side of Waterloo. They are getting there and fast. Guelph should be worried about the timer that they're on at this moment.
Yeah, exactly. And Maple Shade, the ult not quite hitting, so just gonna stare at him, you know, like the good old Texas shit. I was like, get out of here.
Yeah, Maple Shade and Exhaustive have almost been just having a grand old time, the 2 of them alone, when we went throughout the entirety of this game. Again, Exhaustive has that huge CS lead, but other than that, the 2 of them not really being able to do anything to each other in the 1v1.
Yeah, exactly. And now we've hit some big breakpoints for the side of Waterloo that I feel like they're at the point where they can contest this next dragon, especially like getting 2 items onto the Jinx, getting the Leandries and Rylai's on the Aesol. I think it's really huge for them. And at this point, like Karma, she's got her big like 2 item spike. She can maybe get like a cosmic drive that goes really well for her, but eventually she's going to start scaling off, while this Aesol is going to be such a big problem as he gets these next couple items.
So let's see if Waterloo Blues are strong enough to fight the dragon here.
Oh, the bullet goes wide and he's ulted into tower, and now Maple Shade in a little bit of trouble as Inexhaustive just punching him super hard. Latouf not able to get the little assist with the flag, but that is a solo kill from Inexhaustive.
Yeah, Inexhaustive making me eat my words from a minute ago about how nothing was happening between the top lane 1v1. Maple Shade gets a bit caught up and takes too many turret shots. Goes
just gotta
down.
wait for the other guy to dash into tower to get something started, you know?
Right, of course, because of the missed body slam. So he will be up for the dragon, fortunately, in a minute 40, so it's likely they still fight this. Worth mentioning that the soul is Chem Tech, which is arguably one of the weaker or weakest soul at the moment. So if Waterloo did opt to give up soul point here, it maybe would not be the worst play in risk of throwing their scaling lead.
Yeah, Chemtech, the individual dragons really don't mean too much, and you can see Draven is at the 3 item spike now. He did get the Edge of Night, so let's see if that helps him out here and there. I feel like there's no like crazy value that you can get from it this game, but still just pretty good security option to pick up.
Yeah, and I can respect him for building the full lethality at this point. He knows that he needs to just be as strong as possible, as soon as possible, and win the game sooner rather than later, as opposed to if he was building crit. Because frankly, I don't see any chance that this Guelph team, this Guelph comp outscales that of Waterloo.
Exactly, and then now it's going to be less than a minute for this dragon to come down. I'm sure Guelph really just need this to accelerate the pace of the game, and we'll see if Waterloo does want to fight for it or try and get something on the top side.
And the second player here to 3 items is actually Latouf, because he opts into a Knight's Vow. He's got all those shutdowns earlier on, 6 kills to his name, means he can afford another item, although a cheaper one at that. Knight's Vow, can't say at the moment whether it's on Aurelion Sol or Jinx, but either way, playing for his carries, as well as the Frozen Heart to inhibit Guelph's carries, just being a team player all around here on the Jarvan.
Yeah, I really like this kind of buy from the Jarvan. You got a lot of kills on you, but you're going to be scaling off as time goes on. And I believe it is on the Aurelion Sol currently. So it's good to try and keep your carries alive. Like your job is to just go in, get the ult down, and then your job's kind of done. Like it doesn't really matter if you live or die after. Which so better to just get that nice which we've been seeing a lot in pro play too. So really good pickup by him.
Yeah, an extremely gold efficient item at keeping your carries alive is something that's amazing. And Waterloo actually pulling the drag or Baron here, but they're just gonna get off of it, trying to provoke Guelph into engaging.
Well played. They start up the Baron and instantly force out Maple Shade's TP, and just like that, oh, a little bit spicy here as the two should be able to get out there. Guelph looking for the engage and Draven ult also being used, but nothing ends up happening. But now that's a TP advantage for the side of Waterloo.
Yeah, and Latouf is a bit low. He's gonna heal up on the jungle camps, hopefully, but not sure how much he can get. Oh Maple Shade looks for the engage, forcing Kalimquid to flash.
Yeah, good flash there. The Malignant's doing so much work here as now
Sky's Descent
goes in. Sky's Descent does so much with the Jinx ult paired on top. And now there's a set in the backline. He's going to be ulting into 3 of them. Huge plays by the side of Waterloo. The combos come in left and right. Wander gonna try and actually get the kill onto Plex here, but he's gonna end up going down, which means they can take the Baron, they can take the Dragon, they can take whatever they want, as Danny cannot do anything about it at this point.
Yeah, 1 for 4 in favor of Waterloo. That looked kind of good for Guelph at first. I thought Plex was getting caught out, and it looked like he was going to go down, but he manages not only to stay alive without using Flash, but just that 4-man Sky's Descent does so much damage. He does go down in the end to Wander for his troubles, but that is a game-changing fight for Waterloo.
Yeah, we've been waiting for that big ultimate to come in. Acel had so many stacks, and when Jarvan can just get into the entire team like that, and it wasn't a pretty narrow corridor too, they'd use like the Gragas ult and other disruptive abilities out of the way. Draven ult, oh, okay, a little bit too close there. But these guys, they're good. They got it under control.
Callum got hit by the first half of Whirling Death and almost walked back into the second. He goes so low, but Danny Quick not enough stacks to execute him. Yeah, that's Baron over to Waterloo. Death Cap finish for Plex. 3 items finish for UW's Scrim. This game is looking somewhat dire for Guelph, I must say.
Yeah, and now you're looking for some miracles on the side of Guelph. Maybe Draven can do something, but he's already just scaling off. And the problem with the lethality build too, it's really hard to get like lifesteal or anything into your build. So once you get chunked out, especially when the Sky's Descent is there, like even if you don't get hit by the ult, you just get hit by it anyway. Oh, great flash play by Maple Shade. Plex having to force a flash in response here. There is a redemption to help him out, but Maple Shade does end up getting the kill on him. He gets polymorph. Great ult key by Karma, and oh my god, inexhaustible with the huge combo with the Jarvan ulti. And now Maple Shade and Toothlooth are stuck in there with him, and they have the damage to kill him off here. And now, wow, Guelph with an amazing turnaround there. Inexhaustible gets the kill onto 1. Can he punch his way out? No, it's gonna be Guelph with the team fight win.
Like you said, just before that happened, Guelph is gonna need somewhat of a miracle. They find it. Maple Shade with an amazing play onto Plex, catching him out, finishing him, and then he also killed Scrim on the back side of that fight. Despite an amazing engage by Inexhaustible and Latouf, it's still a 5 for 3 in favor of Guelph.
Yeah, and now they can finally break open the base. Plex does have TP, so they do have to get out of there ASAP. But yeah, this is the kind of miracle that we were asking for Guelph, as now they've turned the game around and kind of just evened it out, I feel like. I think Waterloo's still in a really good position. They have the gold advantage as well, so they're still in more than, like, I definitely would still want to be Waterloo here instead of Guelph, but if Guelph can continue to find fights like that, that's really good. Like, this is a flashless Acel and Jinx now.
Yeah, definitely agree that I still prefer Waterloo's position. Nonetheless, Guelph, if they can find fights like that, this shows that they can make it happen. So it's not impossible. It's not, the game's far from over, of course. Waterloo, though, you can see the gold leads now. Danny Quick does have a gold lead on UW's Scrim. Otherwise, it is mostly in favor of Waterloo. Latouf and Water, that gold lead is insignificant at best. So we'll see if they can make something happen despite the fact it's even or behind it. Plex actually caught out again.
Plex is caught out once again here as he's going to try and get away, but Maple Shade pulling him back, and that's a big kill going over. There's not really any objectives up, so the kill isn't the worst. Waterloo can just turtle it out, but yeah, like, Plex got to be careful, man. He is getting caught out by Maple Shade quite a bit.
Yeah, Maple Shade has his number. I'm not sure what he was doing there as a flashless Acel with his team not too close by. Looks like he was going to go down one way or another, regardless of if Maple Shade hit that amazing barrel. Nonetheless, that is another good gold swing over towards Guelph, and we'll see if they can force anything in the timer that Plex is down.
Yeah, thankfully no objectives were up, or that would have been like a Dragon or Baron instantly going over to the side of Guelph. But for now, just going to be chilling. Dragon coming up in a little bit more than a minute here, so everyone's going to be gearing up for that. The key things are there are no flashes on Plex and Scrim. Scrim's might come up, same with Danny's, but that ASO is really the target of Guelph's team at this point.
Yep, they gotta take down this Fed ASO. But if you ignore the Jinx and she gets excited, she's also going to be tearing open your team. We'll see if they decide to opt into the 5v5 for the Dragon. It looks like they will. Maple Shade's backing now to look for the reset on it. And in terms of item spikes, looks like it's pretty even across the board. 3 items for both tops. 4 items for Latoof, but again, one of those is the Knight's Vow.
It's actually Danny actually hit the 4-item spike, which I think is huge. Getting the LDR to go against the front line that's going to be diving against him is really big for the Draven. Jinx really just on the BF sword, not able to get to 4 items. So this Draven's going to have to go big here.
Yeah, 4 items is critical for Danny Quick. Like you said, earlier when I was watching him hit Inexhaustive, he wasn't doing too much damage, but with Inexhaustive opting into an MR item and Kanik Rukern and Danny Quick getting that much more armor pen, he's going to be hitting hard if Waterlooo gets caught out and gets free autoed by him.
Yep. Now we see Toothboot TPing into the bot lane. Everyone's coming in. It's time for the good old face-off before the Dragon in the river. Toothboot has a lot of poke that they want to try and get off before this fight starts. And Plex is the main target of Guelph, as Danny is actually still mid. So they are rushing down this Dragon. They're just not in position and giving it up.
Yeah, not sure if Guelph was on the same page. Or, Danny Quick does have to push out the mid lane before they fight. Chomper's not going to hit
you're
it.
playing against the ticking time bombs with the ASOL, so it's interesting that they chose not to fight for it. I think the wave setup just wasn't there for them, and Danny just had to get that wave, so that's going to be ended up going for Waterloo, which just grants them 5 more minutes before another big fight that has to be taken too.
Unless they fight around the Baron here, but yeah, Guelph with all the bot pressure with the Fed Draven, I thought they would be the one commanding the... Oh?
Ooh, the ult not really going where they intended it to be, and nothing really coming from that, but it was a good attempt. They have been really successful in the past, as Latoof going in, getting onto New North. The Sky descend as Scrim gets the kill onto the Nami.
He's excited.
Now on the other side, Maple Shade getting the kill back onto Shape here, and now both sides converging onto each other. Wander running for their life, as Inexhaustive is going to ult them out, and Maple Shade going to end up slowly going down. Okay, Jinx is excited. They're on the chase. Callum flashing polymorphing, and Scrim with
no
the
flash
slows,
on Danny Quick.
hitting Danny. Oh, the Karma doing so much damage on the back, and they're all so low. Waterloo can choose to just take their wins and run, and I think that's what they're gonna do. It's a 4v3 at the end of it.
Yeah, I think Waterloo is perfectly happy with that. UW Scrim getting a huge shutdown on the Maple Shade, who actually had a 300 gold bounty on him, I believe. So again, as the ones playing the scaling combat, if they're going even or just a small go-ahead play, then they're perfectly fine with that. And in the end, yeah, I'm not too sure how Danny was forced to burn his flash there, but UW Scrim was the ADC taking over that fight.
Yeah, and honestly, that might make the difference for Scrim to actually get the next 4th item online here. Well, Karma doing a decent amount of damage here, as Latoof looking at her, but she's fast enough to just dip out of there.
We can see now that UW Scrim is only down about 500 gold, which at this stage of the game is almost inconsequential compared to Danny Quick, excuse me. So this Jinx is so fed. He's 1.5k up on Plex himself, actually, so Plex having a lot of stacks is also a formidable threat. It's hard for Guelph to decide who they should be focusing between these 2 hyper carries.
Yeah, and now they're just calling it. We're starting up the Baron. Inexhaustive does have the TP. They spot it with the Jinx ulti. They're going to convert it onto them. Plex does not have the Sky's Descent for this fight. The Baron is going down pretty quickly. They're actually quite far, so they can get the Baron and dip. I don't think Waterloo want to run into some hasty fight either. They do spot Maple Shade here. He's going for the combo while Latoof goes in on the other side. Fights on 2 fronts. Wander gonna get the kill onto J4. Plex getting some damage on the other side. Scrim actually surviving against Wander too. And Maple is actually still alive here, as Ooh, are they going to still opt to fight? They are. Inexhaustive looking for it. Going to get bubbled here. Scrim is playing on the edge. He's solo HP. Maple Shade misses the barrel. And he's actually going to end up being cut. Going to end up going down. And now the Jinx is excited, but still really low on HP. But Plex wants more as he Blash Cones in. Is just breathing on it. Great flash pull by Inexhaustive. But he looks like he's going to get kited out here. The shield's not going to help him. Oh, they are. He does live. And no one's dying yet again. Oh, Plex is dashing up, but the fish is not there, as once again, they're going to cut their losses and walk away.
Guelph does manage to walk away with the bear, and so that is kudos to them. That's definitely something that they can be happy about. But on the start of that fight, UW Scrim walks into Maple Shade's full combo. This is a full AP Gragas, and he didn't go down. He managed to survive with the flash. Then Maple Shade on the flank couldn't hit the body, so it just got taken down by Scrim. It looked so good for Guelph, but just these minor missteps, and Waterloo manages to almost killed him, but did not either. So in the end, almost even.
Yeah, they should be tracking that he did get Scrim's flash here. So for that upcoming Dragon fight, that is something to look forward to. Plex actually now has the Zhonya's, which would really help with him staying alive. So Callum can just focus on keeping the Jinx alive in the fights.
Yeah, we'll see if Scrim does get the Skies of Sandwiches. Will be absolutely game-changing. That's not something he had for that last fight. So if he does this time, it's going to be for sure something that will
I think
swing
he should be able to get the stacks for it. And that makes such a big difference in fights. Look at how big that Brilliant Soul he is, man. When
Just
they're fighting in the river,
wave.
it'll just take up the entire thing.
They're pulling the trigger early, though. Looks like no.
Yeah, there's still a lot of space between them. They should be chilling for now. 25 seconds for the Dragon. Both teams need to get involved. Toot Boot, he wants to get as much poke in before the fight starts.
Yeah, if they're tracking, they should know Danny Quick doesn't have flash either. So again, that Cataclysm would just be absolutely ending for him. But Inexhausted.
I feel like he's fine. The bubble does land. The Draven ult coming in to get some further poke in, and the ult comes in, not this guy's descend this time, but Scrim is in a terrible spot. He's gonna end up going down here, and that's it. You just gotta give over the Dragon at this point.
Yeah, it looks like, again, starting off with the Tooth trying to pull the trigger, then not, and then trying to save Inexhaustible was getting caught out. In neither of these times does Plex have the Skies Ascent. He ends up using the regular falling star. It doesn't have nearly as much effect, and I'm not too sure what Waterloo was thinking there with that play.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to force it a little bit. The fight didn't quite go according to plan, but they are still chilling right now. They're going to try and get that top turret.
That full damage!
That damage. Can the Tube get flash auto hit? No, he cannot. Tooth Boot going to be burning the flash there, but on the other side, here comes Wander. Callum flashing out. Plex running away from the water.
Tooth back
actually
in.
going back in.
This is a 3v4.
Gets the kill onto Newlord,
4v5,
but I think Guelph will eventually turn this. Inexhaustible going to be the next one to go down. Maple Shade going onto Plex. He cannot get over the ball. Another kill onto Maple Shade, and it's going to be Latouf also going down here to the tower. Really weird play by Waterloo to take the fight when they could have cut their losses and walked away.
Yeah, they went for that fight while UW's Scrim was still dead. It looked like it would have almost been good with Plex absolutely melting Tooth Boot's HP, but with the Zhonya's and Flash, Karma manages to survive it. Then they just get wiped 4 for 2. I'm not sure what the thought process behind that play was.
Yeah, but good by Guelph to punish it, and they're able to get some huge kills here. Going to be able to pick up the inhib here. Not sure if they can go for the end. It's going to be like 20-ish seconds coming up. It is just 2 people pushing in. Finally, Danny is going to join them. And Scrim, he's going to have to make the last stand here. Going to have to try his best. He does have the ult to maybe try and clear some minions, but I think they're just going to be able to get the end here. Here comes the squad. They're going to push
great
Scrim
explosive
in.
cast.
And I think the Nexus can just be focused here. Just like that, Guelph are going to pick up the win here. And that is game 2 taken by them.
Yeah, just an amazing turnaround by Guelph. It looked like the game was in Waterloo's hands when they had the Baron. They had all their champions scaling up, but some mishaps throughout the team fights. Just great pickups by Guelph to make sure they turned it around and made it theirs. And they end the game with theirs inside of 40 minutes, despite having the early game team comp.
Yeah, just another amazing game played by both these teams. All of those river fights were just so crazy, just played on the knife's edge. But in the end, it is Guelph coming out on top, and just barely too. I honestly thought the scaling was there for Water. They could have just ended up to pick up the win, but they made a slight little mistake, and Guelph made sure to capitalize, and they were able to ramp it up and get the win and force the game 3 here.
Yeah, if game 3 is going to be the decider, this is only a best of 3, so tied up 1-1. The next game will decide everything of which one of these teams goes on to the grand finals to play for the first place prize pool, and the second, the loser of this will have to play for third place. Only the third place winner would be getting a piece of the prize. So yeah, we're gonna have to see who's able to take this next game coming up real soon.
Yeah, we'll be right back after a short little break. Make sure not to go anywhere. There's going to be an amazing game coming up just like the past two to figure out who takes it all the way to the finals. All right, everybody, welcome back as we are heading right back into it. I've got my boy Adam with me here for this last game. We got a crazy long series here, and it's all going to come down to this last game. Who's going to take it, Guelph or Waterloo, as we head straight into draft?
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this all works out and everything. Of course, Waterloo being the team that came into this more favored and everything. They were one of those teams that was voted into CLL Top 32. Well, they didn't have the best showing and everything. Guelph kind of showing up as a little bit of a dark horse now, especially sort of coming off the back end of not such a great CLL performance in their own rights. They want to come back for redemption and try and take the title.
And the bans have been absolutely the same every game, and it's going to continue to be that way. But the picks is where it gets spicy. As a reminder, this is Fearless Draft, so if the characters were picked before, you cannot pick them again. So we'll see what new spicy picks end up coming out. I think there were some clear first picks that happened in the first couple of games, like the Varus and the Ashe the Jinx that performed really well. But now that they're gone, we'll see what next level of ADCs come into priority now.
Yeah, and that's what intrigues me about specifically all of these bans not going towards that bot lane, especially when you start to run out of meta picks to be able to find. You can really pinch the pool of the AD carries quite quickly here. Of course, we don't really see any marksman bans here, so you're just going to end up going back to the tried and true. You go to that sort of A tier of AD carry as opposed to the S tier ones that we have, but nonetheless, all of these bans extremely standard. I think Skarner has to be pick ban at a certain point. Guelph opting for the Lucian here, though, and that's interesting considering they played that Nami last game. They're gonna have to pull out something a little bit different. I'm curious to see how that plays out for them.
Yeah, it's weird that they just pick up the Lucian. Another fun combo with the Lucian is the Milio, so we'll see if Waterloo, recognizing that, just take the Milio away from them with the scaling ADC. We'll have to see what ends up going down, but yeah, I think just taking the Lucian by itself isn't that strong of a first pick, but it is going to be that Ashe here can work as both an ADC and a support.
Yeah, I think the flexibility really bodes well for Waterloo right now, especially if you do opt to use it as that support. It just sort of shuts down Lucian's aggression that you want to exert in that lane. So even if the Milio comes out for Guelph, they're not as scared because you can still play from distance. You can continually slow up the shorter range of Lucian. Granted, Milio would also work quite well for Waterloo here because Ashe Milio is a very strong combo. Instead, they opt for the Ahri that has just seemed to be such a strong pick, and realistically, a little surprising that it got through all of the Fearless bans as well as the ban phase here.
Yeah, I think so. In the past, Ahri has been that second phase ban every time, as it is the Milio coming through as expected. But I think now that some of these other picks are gone, Plex is just going to take that. And Ahri is just a generally good blind pick, so he's okay playing it into most things.
And especially considering Plex is sort of getting that, like a little bit of coaching, that sort of mentorship from Onat, who is one of the best Ahris in all of NACL. You have to put some respect on the Ahri here, especially considering how strong it is in the meta right now, how much it can influence those other lanes. You really want to see this Ahri, level 7, level 8, start to roam around the map permanently, shove in that lane, get out of there. This is an interesting answer, though, in the jungle with the Nocturne blind pick here. Can be very strong. Oftentimes, you don't just want to pick it too early in the draft. It is still strong, but there's a lot of very defined counters for it. I like to see it here because it prevents Ashe Ahri from being as involved in the fights, especially when the lights turn out. Because now you've got to pick your front line. Ashe and Ahri are going to sit so far back where Ahri has to dash in sort of blindly into these fights. And now Nocturne has a little bit more disruption than expected. That is... Wow, okay.
Ashe Senna is a very hard to play lane, I will say. You definitely have to play your range to the best of the ability and kite out the Lucian, but if they get onto you, you're going to get one-tapped. And same with the Nocturne ulti too. So a very, I want to say, cocky draft coming from Waterloo so far.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why they opted for the Senna here exactly. I don't think it was going to be something that they would ban out. You already have the Ashe there who's sort of flexible. You could keep that as a flex. You could answer jungle and then potentially come back in kind, but you've got so much dive threat already. Lucian Million Nocturne just wants to jump into your backline, and Waterloo has only drafted backline thus far. You're going to have to make sure you can get some beefy frontliner, and specifically for Waterloo, they haven't gone towards some of those typical sort of tanks that you would expect thus far, at least from what I'm seeing in terms of these. So you still have Cassante as an option. You still have some of those beefier front lines that you could play in that front line, but still a little bit scary to be opting in for just no front line thus far in your draft.
Yeah, I think especially when you see that Nocturne, drafting the Senna just another character who can just get dove upon by the Nocturne is a bit crazy. We'll see if it ends up biting them back in the back. But yeah, the Cassante was banned last time in the second phase, but it is going to be left up this time. So we'll see if Waterloo ends up picking that on R4 or if Inexhaustive just wants to continue going on the Bruiser hype train he's been on.
Yeah, we'll have to see what comes through. I think especially here you can just pick jungle, so I don't mind the fact that it's a little bit of a disconnect in the draft where you pick this Ahri, the Nocturne was the answer. You have that option to just like pick a jungler that works well into this comp thus far. I'm thinking something that's a little bit more frontline heavy. Sejuani doesn't really work in this draft right now because it's 3 ranged champions, but you could pick that up if you really wanted to get some sort of frontline. You don't have the Jarvan as an option, unfortunately, this time around, but Volibear, that works well because it's sort of like Sejuani. You've got all that CC, you've got all that crowd control, and it's sort of like Jarvan because you still have that engage and you still have a little bit of damage behind it.
Volibear coming up, giving up the early game priority for them. They did play it in their previous series in that best of 1, and it did pretty well, had a pretty good start, and was able to carry the team through that early game. So they're hoping you can do that again, and yeah, a much needed frontline for them finally is there.
Yeah, I mean, Volibear doesn't really go for full tank at that point. You still want to be able to have a little bit of damage behind it. So Sundered Sky is still going to be a great option. Iceborne Gauntlet still gives you damage as well as those tanky stats. The Galio now coming through.
It's so good. I love
Guelph
it.
is just ruining their backline. You now have your Tracer Dart just going in there. Nocturne presses R, jumps into the backline. Galio immediately jumps in. Sort of acts the same way as Galio Camille, Jarvan Galio from before. Nocturne just acts as a little bit of a Tracer Dart there, just goes on top of them, follows them around. Oh my. This draft is insane from Guelph.
Yeah, we'll have to see what ends up coming in the top lane to maybe ruin their day. But yeah, so far, just the backline access, the dive potential from Guelph is so good. And Waterloo really just doesn't have many answers to it right now with their draft. Well, like maybe you can get something to like isolate one of the characters, like, I don't know, Mordekaiser or something. It is going to be the Darius, which kind of wants people running into him. But we'll have to see if that backline stays alive through all of that dive on the side of Guelph.
And that's what I'm concerned about. You don't have a true frontliner. You don't just have a tank that you can sit up there. Sion would have been a decent option. Yes, struggles a little bit into Camille, but at the very least, you just walk up in the lane, you clear the wave, you buy Warmogs really early, and then you just walk away and let your regen come through for you. And Camille can't really do too much about that. Darius can go toe-to-toe. It's, as you mentioned earlier, a very cocky draft coming through from Waterloo because they have a lot of damage. It can work really well if they don't just get dove on. And for the side of Guelph here, they have 3 of the best diving champions in the game. Camille, Nocturne, Galio just jumping into your backline. They're going to be in your closet at that point, coming out and saying, hey, surprise, here we go. Here's a triple kill for all of my teammates. So it's risky stuff coming through from Waterloo. They're really just sort of slamming it down on the table and saying, hey, we're the better players. We know that. Let's show it here.
Yeah, and honestly, like if I had to pick a side for this, it's got to be Guelph here. Like their comp is just so consistent, has a proper identity, and Waterloo, it feels like they started off with trying to get one identity but are forced to kind of pivot and couldn't really draft around the dive. So we'll see what they can make happen. I think they need to maybe just like snowball the early game or something with the Volibear and the Darius, really just get ahead in that top side. But yeah, other than that, like Guelph, they just have such a great comp, I feel like.
Yeah, it's concerning, I want to say, that Guelph's draft was allowed to happen. This looks like a red side draft. I say that normally because you have some counter picks. You wouldn't expect the Lucian first pick. You'd expect, well, out of all these champions, you wouldn't really first pick any of them. But Guelph are just basically showing it all off, saying, hey, we want to win this series. We want to move on here. We want a little bit more respect on our names as well, because Guelph has been one of those teams, being part of the Esports Canada power rankings for League. Guelph has always been like, 8th, 9th, sort of the happy to be in the top 10 tier at that point. Waterloo's always been near the top. And for Guelph to be taking them to a game 3 and to be just showing up with this draft, which is very smart, very coordinated, can really punish all the mistakes that Waterloo may make. It's going to be a tough call here. I'm not going to call the game yet. You know what? I'm going to sit back. I'm here to watch some good League of Legends, and these drafts are definitely explosive.
Yeah, and that good League of Legends, we got to also talk about the people who helped make this possible. We got 2 co-title sponsors here, BMO and TELUS. BMO, they have this amazing student banking plan that helps you focus on what's really important. They've got checking and savings account, credit cards, and borrowing options specifically designed for students. So you can get up to 12 months of Domino's pizza that's like $200 worth with the current student offers as well, which is no monthly plan fees while you're in school and up to 1 year after you graduate, convenient branch locations close to home and campus, and unlimited transactions, including Interact e-transfer transactions as well. And secondly, TELUS, they've got the TELUS Arena, which is the best place for Canadian gamers to play, where you can improve your skills through free coaching from the pros. Or you can also compete to win thousands of dollars in prizes. So whether you're a casual gamer just looking to learn or a pro gamer looking to just win some prizes, there's a place for you at the TELUS Arena. And there's monthly events across a variety of gamers, and there's always something going on. So make sure to join the TELUS Arena Discord and stay updated on all their activities.
When I first heard about the TELUS Esports series, I was like, there's no way.
I was absolutely stoked. You don't really hear about esports at all in Canada, let alone from a big company like TELUS.
Canada does have a scene, and we do have people who are thriving towards getting us into that bigger picture.
2 versus 1, and it should be their game. The Bronze Bonobos from second, now finally find first.
Simply put, the TELUS Esports series is esports for everyone. It's our take of what we think the esports industry should look like and where we think it should go. It's way more fun to compete for something when there's something on the line. And the TELUS Esports series gives players of all skill levels opportunities to experience that. We really want to make the gaming experience more fun for everyone, and we want to help the gaming industry evolve and grow the way that it should. And I think the time is right for it.
All right, guys, welcome back after that quick little break. We're still a few minutes away from this final game starting. We got the Gryphons versus the Warriors, the final game in this best of 3 to figure out who takes it all the way to the finals and plays for that big grand prize money.
Yeah, honestly, I'm interested to see how this turns out. We talked a little bit in the break about how Waterloo's draft is not inspiring a lot of confidence. And I think that Guelph, they look at this draft and they can be very happy with it. And that's why I call it a red side draft. It has so many just win conditions that you're able to build for yourself that you don't really see on the side of Waterloo here, who are on red. They decided to go for this Ashe Senna bot lane, which is very volatile. It really requires you to get that lead in the early game and the Senna to just be dishing out a whole bunch of damage come that mid game. But you can still, you can't team fight with this comp. You have Volibear, you have Darius, and neither of those champions really want to team fight. Ashe Senna can't team fight, considering they're just going to get dove every single time. So it really comes down to how exactly they want to execute their fights. I'm not really sure how they're going to, so we'll see.
Yeah, like you said, those objective fights just seem impossible. I think like Waterloo, like they maybe just need to try and snowball their top side. They got this insane early game with the Darius and Volibear. So if they could shut down that Camille in the early game, make this Darius a threat on that top side that they have to respond to, maybe they can get some advantages then. But yeah, in the straight up 5v5, it just seems so hard for Waterloo.
Yeah, honestly, I think that as things continue to push forward, as this game progresses, Waterloo's late game is good. I think Guelph's late game is great, and that's where it really comes down to how well can Waterloo play their mid game. It comes down to some of the intangibles that you don't really notice from a lot of these teams here in this tournament, but Waterloo should have that advantage there, considering they have this experience. They have the CLL experience. They were the first seed last year. They were voted in this year. They've got a lot of prospects on their side. It's just whether they can execute on it. And of course, not the full roster, not the roster that did give them all those successes, but still a very strong one at that should be coming out on top here. And Guelph are going to make them work for it at the very least.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to head right into game Gryphon versus Warriors, final game to show who is better than the other, as it looks to be a standard 5-point that teams are going for right now.
Yeah, of course. Considering where these schools are in relation to each other in Ontario, half an hour away, I think at most, unless probably like half an hour, not even that. On a good day, depends on traffic, but there's a little bit of a rivalry there, not as much as the Waterloo Laurier one, but both of these teams looking to go up against UTM, who won in the other semifinal. UTM looked really good, and for either one of these teams, they've got to start looking towards that other series, go through the VODs maybe tomorrow morning and say we gotta make sure that we go in there confident.
Yeah, I'm sure UTM is watching this series to see who will be facing them tomorrow in the grand finals. But yeah, looking at these drafts, I'm sure they'll be able to pick up a lot of things, especially for the Fearless draft, when you know what are these next layers of picks after those comfort picks are gone. It'll be really great for them to see.
Yeah, looking at where these lanes are starting as well, both of the bot lanes just going to be in lane to try and get that priority early. Both junglers starting on the top side. I'm interested to see how much Inexhaustive can do early on as, North.
This is actually huge for their bot lane. To get this prio early on will really help them survive, as now they can just be sure to win out on their trades, as North is chugging his potions, trying to get his health back, but you can see how much further they can play up now.
Yeah, I really like that play, and that's what's important about seeing where those junglers start. Inexhaustive was trying to get a little bit of a cheese play onto Maple Shade, wasn't quite as successful, but look at how far up the lane Waterloo were able to play. Just because Guelph, they're put on the back foot, this Milio from North not really having as much impact as you would want. You want to wait for that level 2 to just go for the all-in here. Of note, Danny does have the Ignite as well, so this is sort of the ruler special where the Lucian has all of the kill tools necessary.
Exactly, and that level 1, we've gone into a pause here. Unlucky, some technical difficulties, but it gives us a moment to assess what really was just huge for that bot lane. We talked about how volatile that bot lane was going to be. It was quintessential for Ash and Senna to get ahead, and getting that chunk onto the support, you can just completely push him off the wave.
Yeah, and now the Lucian Milio lane is going to be on the back foot for a lot of this. You expect them to go for that level 2 all in. Instead, it's going to be the opposite way around. If a slow into the root comes through from the Senna, all of a sudden you're looking at burning some summoner spells down there, potentially burning that heal as well. So you really need to be careful about how you approach that fight at that. But in terms of the jungle pathing, I'm curious to see how much impact Latouf is able to have in the early stages, because that's what's important. The Volibear needs to find these early ganks. Wander doesn't have that same threat before level 6. So this Volibear working down to that bottom lane, I want to see them try and stack up a wave between Scrim and Callum Coy and look for that dive on the bottom side, especially considering North doesn't have any of those potions, has the cookies at the very least, but maybe if you can burn a summoner, you can go for this dive.
Yeah, and we see that Latouf is actually skipping his bot camps and is going to be pathing straight down for that dive, as they are slowly stacking that wave for him. We'll see if Wander is also going to path down. I think they're going to meet at the Raptors here. Going to be a little scrap over there as he pushes him off. It does end up going to the side of Wander. He does get it. He basically gets 3 of the 4 CS from that camp, as Latouf is just getting him out there, ensuring that his bot lane can continue to pressure.
Yeah, that priority that you're able to maintain there means that Callum Coy can move up a little bit quicker. New North just stuck on the bottom side, and this is red buff stolen away by Latouf. Now
Yeah, really big for Waterloo that they actually get all these leads. But on the other hand, Nocturne's heading straight for that top lane. So we'll see if an Exhaustive just goes for the cheater and gets out of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, tried to check the camps at the very least, thought that it was potentially Latouf going buff into the opposite side, but instead, it's going to be effectively a 3-buff here from Latouf. Could have potentially gridded for those Raptors, didn't want to do so. Latouf has a lot of priority here, and you need to try and kneecap this Nocturne, especially if you can stop them from getting up there. But Exhaustive...
Yeah, now he's in a little bit of trouble here. He needs to just try and fight as much as possible as Wonder. He's gonna get the fear onto it. This Nocturne is solo Flash Blood by Inexhaustive. The reset is there, and now Maple Shade is running for this life as the Mad Darius is coming towards him. Yeah, and the shield is huge here. Inexhaustive, he's gonna continue to try and fight him through it. The pots are not enough as Inexhaustive with the 1v2 double kill.
Yeah, those hemorrhage stacks just stayed there the entire time. A little bit too explosive, I want to say, from Wander to try and show up there. You just got to go back. You got to take the L on your red buff and just go back to the bottom side of the map, because you end up giving this Darius 2 kills. Talked about how we need to look at Waterloo's early game. It's exactly what's coming through here. Top lane, bot lane, both winning, and in the mid lane, Plex doesn't really need to worry too much about it because Toothbooth doesn't really have a whole lot of agency to find those solo kills.
Yeah, Callum barely getting out of there as now Latouf is on his way. Danny flashes into the storm. Beautifully placed by Latouf to predict the flash of Danny, and that's another kill. Waterloo is just playing out of their mind right now.
Yeah, and this is what you need to do when you pick this risky comp. When you pick something that needs to get these early game leads, you have to just find all of these advantages possible. Latouf just stays down there, clears up some bot side camps, immediately shows up on the bottom side of the map. That's the impact that this Volibear needs to have early game.
Yeah, beautiful pathing from him, not going too far behind in CS either, as now he's just going to path top to bot again and make sure to continue to cover his bot lane as they push for these advantages. I believe I don't think they actually got the local gold for the plate, but they're going to continue to get more as time goes on here.
Yeah, honestly, don't want to greed for the plate. 125 gold that you're going to split between those three members is not going to be as important as getting a reset down, because you look at the items that are picked up here. The boots picked up from Scrim is really big to be able to continue to pressure forward in this lane. Double longsword on the Senna versus just the boots and the fairy charm from Milio means that you still have that extra advantage. Of note, Tunneler already picked up by Latouf. Basically the easiest slammable item. You just go for that every single time in the jungle. You buy 4 Tunneler items and then you're good to go.
Yeah, pretty much. And you see both these junglers are on the top side for now. So because they don't know where the Nocturne is, they're kind of letting Lucian Milio push out a little bit, but it's getting to the point. Both the objectives are on the table. So jungler's going to get their eyes on them. We'll see who ends up going for what, as Waterloo generally should have prior for whatever they should want to get.
Yeah, of course. Inexhaustive with these plated steel caps will just have a massive advantage on this top side. It's just a longsword picked up by Maple, so realistically, this Darius can just do whatever they want. You can see Maple's so scared to walk up in this lane, and that's where Inexhaustible will find their advantage. Plex, though.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit low. Latouf is going to run out for now, as they know the enemy bot lane is coming to help out. Really good recognition from them to see that the numbers were on their side. And we'll see if they want to look at the dragon or anything right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, Guelph is going to try and find any advantage that they can. They know that Latouf is sort of zoned off of this. They've got bot lane prio, so a dragon will go the way of Guelph, but I'm sure Waterloo are perfectly fine with this. It's a lot of time invested. Danny and New North were forced to move up there. It just allows for this lane on the bottom side to slow push it back the opposite way, but Tooth going to try and punish this. Is spotted out on vision.
Yeah, it is slow pushing away from them, so I like this play. They do spot out that they are on vision, and Latouf is near them in case anything does happen, but they're going to be dipping for now, as the grub's actually not being picked up anytime soon to trade for the dragon yet.
Yeah, and as that continues to develop, I mean, main thing was Latouf was forced to stay on that bottom side to protect against the dive. It's still a lot of time spent by Wander not farming camps at the very least. Should be able to hit that level 6 first. I want to see where that first ult goes, because obviously it has to go down to the bottom side, but Wander still not level 6.
Yeah, and now there's the volatility. Danny getting bumped up by the Cozy Campfire is going forward, but does get rooted up by Callum Koi. They're just getting a lot of damage on the back end, kiting them back and forth and healing back up. But yeah, as we talked about it, Latouf, he's eventually got to go this top side, and now's the point. As Inexhaustive burning the ghost, but the Toothboot is there to save Maple Shade there.
Yeah, just moves up at the right time just in case they need the hero's entrance, but fully unnecessary. Main thing I noticed here was Maple finally gets that wave into their own turret, which means that they can farm up a little bit more for, I think, 2 minutes there, and Exhaustive just completely starving this Camille out of farm. And you really need to make sure that you're at least staying close in the farm department if you want to be relevant later. On top of the fact that Exhaustive has 2 kills, this top lane matchup is starting to get very rough for the Camille.
Yeah, and because Toothbooth moved up there, Plex could easily just walk up and get a plate there. So they're continuing to accrue leads left and right. It's like a 2K gold lead right now, as the Grub's also going to be going over to the side of Waterloo.
Honestly, good plays thus far from Waterloo. They need to just continue to pick up the pace here, because this gold lead of 2,000 gold doesn't matter as much if your backline still isn't able to stay alive, or if your front line can't just run through the enemy team and dive them harder than you will get dove. Galio, Camille, Nocturne, it's just inherent that they're going to be able to dive onto your backline. You just need to find ways to win the fight elsewhere. And Exhaustive having these kills is great because it gives them more tools to win their own dive, but at the very least, Waterloo's still in great shape.
Yeah, I think he's definitely one of the best people to get the kills on and really show as a threat. Now that they actually got 3 grubs, if they can pick up at least 1 more, this Darius is going to be a menace on the side lane. He can really just stack up all the armor in the world because it's just Galio that's the AP damage so far.
And the main thing about Galio is the recent build has just been Lichbane into Shirelias. It means that you can get into these fights really easily because you just run forward with your taunt and you're able to find angles that way, as we see the Shirelias picked up. The main thing is that it's also a very cheap build that still gives you all the tools that you need on Galio. So gotta be careful if you're Plex, because you still want to make sure that you're pushing your advantages as much as possible. But you have to keep in mind that even when you're ahead, you're not going to be as ahead as you're expecting, because this Galio is just going to have more completed items, which are inherently better for you.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, he actually opted for the Shirelias instead of the Lichbane first. Lichbane is such a good first buy, but he really wants to prioritize the roaming with this, and maybe that can really come in handy when there's the bot dive with Latouf slowly walking up here.
Yeah, it just means that you have so many more timings. Like, look at this. Has the Shirelias, has that inherent movement speed, can just proc that and run to the top side very quickly. And then Exhaustive has to be cognizant of that. But bot side, Danny, half HP here, needs to be careful.
Yeah, and good harass by them. They know Latouf is there from the ward too, so they can just continue. Wow, Danny has to respect Flash, the Volibear Flash ulting, and Latouf ripping him apart. Another kill as New North running for his life is able to flash the stun, but the Ash Arrow coming in, the Senna ult follows, and that's another kill for UW Scrim. Huge plays in the bot lane, which means Guelph is running top.
Yeah, now they have to go for this play on the top side. All the ults.
Yeah, but I think Darius goes down too early, which means that Plex is going to suffer the same fate. Oh, you hate to see that on the side of Waterloo, but huge for Guelph to pick up those kills on the top side.
Yeah, Plex, as soon as the lights go out, you just say, hey, you know what? You're dead. I'm not going to TP up there. There could have been plates in the mid lane for this Ahri, but instead thought that maybe an Exhaustive could stay alive for a little bit longer, but there's the combo that we're talking about. You need to be aware of that combo, and in the fact that Plex TP'd up there is really poor for the side of Waterloo, because that advantage that they got on the bottom side immediately reversed with the free kill picked up on the top side of the map.
Yeah, huge for Guelph to pick up those kills on the top side there, and it really shows you the threat of that Galio Nocturne combo, where they can instantly just turn any fight around. And when you've got the Camille ult to make sure that the Darius or anyone stuck in there cannot go anywhere, it's just so doomed for them.
Yeah, and now I want to see what happens when the next round of ultimates come through. Of course, gonna be a little while before they can just use those 3 in combo once again. Of note, Toothbooth might have taken Ultimate Hunter. Can we actually check Toothbooth's runes really quickly? Because Ultimate Hunter is going to be a huge tool for them moving forward. Just to make sure that you have that ultimate on similar cooldowns to that of Maple Shade.
He did not take it.
Did not take it. Interesting.
Yeah, so a much bigger timing on that, as Callum looking for a bit more harass here, but it is a little bit easier to stand up to them now that New North has a few more levels in the shield, but Waterloo going up to get that dragon now.
Yeah, and I think this is sort of part and parcel from all the ultimates that were invested on that top side. You don't have as many fight tools to potentially contest this one. Once again, Dragon's being traded here by this between Guelph and Waterloo. Last game, no one ended up getting a soul, and if anything, it's okay for the side of Waterloo, but they're taking a whole boatload of damage here. Oh my.
Yeah, Danny Quick getting pushed really low as he just ends up going down to Scrim. Latouf is there on the follow-up as now he's running for his life. Great unstoppable to cancel out the fear as there is the tower for Wander to get behind, but they know that he's lurking around somewhere. They cancel the back with the Wally, and Scrim is now going to be able to just kite him out. It's a fish in a barrel. Eventually, New North should end up going down.
They just give that over to Scrim. Now 3-0-2. Kraken Slayer online. This is fantastic for the Ash. And now, Wander, you don't have any way out.
Yeah, no one's coming to save him. There is the Galio. We'll see if he chooses to ult.
Wow.
He does, but Wander actually leaves the ulti and ends up going down. So a little bit of anti-synergy. Tutu with a great combo. Scrim actually does not end up going down. Barely lives there.
And that's sort of the difference between having the Shirelias versus something like a Lichbane. Lichbane finds the kill there. Shirelias doesn't.
Oh, and another great ult by Callum Coy. They're going to pick up the kill on him. Tootbooth running for his life. Latouf is a little bit out of mana, so not much they can do here. As, yeah, that Lichbane really making the difference there. Someone going to help the bear? Nope, they're leaving him to die.
Yeah, unfortunately, just no health, no other resources to speak of there. The Shirelias, once again, it means that they were able to get down to that bottom side of the map a little bit quicker, but Toothbooth doesn't have the damage to back it up. It is still a kill going over to the Galio, but overall a fantastic play on the bottom side from Waterloo. Meanwhile, though, Maple Shade was allowed to just get a little bit of free time here. They're keeping it close. They should have that Trinity Force online relatively soon, but an Exhaustive needs to continue to pick up that pace here. 1,000 gold lead up on the top side for the Darius. Needs to just continue to press those advantages as much as possible, because come the later stages of the game, Camille's going to have so many more tools to work with. We'll have so many more friends to join the fight with her versus the likes of this Darius.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to see if Darius can continue to build up the armor, build up being like a big threat on the side lanes. Importantly, they actually didn't get more grubs than 3. 3 by itself doesn't do too much. You really want 4 to get the little buddies to help you on the split push, but seems to be doing fine for now. Does end up getting that first turret for the side of Waterloo.
Yeah, a major thing about grubs as well that people have sort of picked up on recently is, if you can't get 4 grubs, as long as you're preventing the enemies from getting 4 grubs, you're in good shape as well. So Guelph, despite not really putting too much presence towards there, Waterloo were much more focused on things going on the opposite side of the map. Then again, you get this Rift Herald. It will allow an Exhaustive more agency to just push in these lanes. If Latouf shows up, you have to be concerned about any sort of fight that goes down, because that could be a tier 2, tier 3 turret going down as well. Granted, seems as if Latouf might just pop this in the mid lane, and as a matter of fact, taking this mid lane tower doesn't really do as much for either side. Actually, just the fight.
Yeah, Nocturnal coming in. The Senna all going down here. Latouf not going to be able to do anything about it. Plex can just easily out of the situation. And yeah, honestly, it is good that they get the kill, but it isn't the biggest opportunity. Oh, the TP behind as Scrim is a little bit caught out here. I think he should be able to get collapsed upon as Maple Shade has the Hextech ultimatum. So he is just going to be absolutely shredded. 650 gold going over to the side of Camille.
Yeah, and honestly, great ward that was put down there. Oh, what feels like about a minute ago, Scrim just not aware of that, gets taken out. Main thing about this mid turret, if they are to take it, is it doesn't matter for Waterloo. It doesn't give them more map control, because as we saw in that mid lane fight, Wander, Toothbooth, Maple Shade can just jump onto that back line regardless of anything that happens. So you take down this mid turret and all of a sudden, yes, there's less places for them to hide, but they don't need to hide. You just turn off the lights and then you're still able to find the same engages.
Yeah, and honestly, Camille getting that shutdown is so scary, because Darius was that big threat on the side lane. I felt like that was a big win condition for them, but instantly that a lot of it is erased, as Camille, she's still behind, like 1k down, but it's a lot easier for her to survive, especially after she gets like 2-3 items, then she can lane against the Darius fairly well.
Yeah. Of course, we look towards some of the new objectives that are coming through. Half a minute until Dragon, 3 minutes until Baron. And now this lead that we were talking about from Waterloo, yes, it exists, but is it big enough at this point? That's where I start to ask the questions. We need to see them take a lead in the early game, move it into this mid game, and try and end the game realistically before 30 minutes. They were able to absolutely kneecap this Lucian, but the rest of the map still going extremely well for the side of Guelph. That makes me a little bit paranoid of things to come. Granted, the side laning from Plex doing so much work right now. No one's really been able to answer for a while. That's half the top tower, top tier 2 gone down.
Yeah, honestly, Plex being able to side lane is huge. Just having his ult means the Nocturne isn't too big of a threat, so he can spend all the time he wants in the side lane as opposed to like an Exhaustive. And now he's going to be TPing in to help on the Dragon. And this was what we were worried about, right? Can Waterloo win the 5v5 against this heavy dive comp let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the items as well, there's an item and a half on Tooth Booth. There's an item on Plex right now. You don't really have those 2-item power spikes on anyone that you really want yet. This is the type of fight that Waterloo need to take, because this is before Nocturne has those 2 items. This is before Lucian is just able to dish out a bunch of damage. Right now, just a little bit of a poke war, but even still, just so much at stake here. This feels like one of those fights where it could just explode at a moment's notice. Here it comes.
Yeah, here comes the Nocturne ulti onto Plex. He's going to be able to ult out. And it's a big mess in the middle with the Hextech ultimatum. Maple Shade picking up the kill on the Darius. The backline of Waterloo nowhere to be found, as that's instantly just a 5v4. But those big teamfight ultimates are gone. Another huge taunt by Tooth Booth. And it's going to be Latoof going down as they're diving onto the backline. Callum Coy is instantly almost one shot, but barely getting away. Scrim next on the dinner table. And it's going to be 2 kills onto the side of Danny. You're right, the team fights are just so miserable.
Yeah, Scrim and Callum Coy, they might have taken a wrong turn there. They were looking for Waterloo. They ended up in Waterdown, it seems. Because where were they? They were trying to get this mid lane prio, but that should have been a priority from the get-go. They didn't fight for that mid prio to push it out a little bit more. And despite them taking that tier 1 turret that we talked about that doesn't really get them anything earlier, they still weren't able to get mid prio, and that cost them the dragon and the fight. Guelph is right back in this.
Yeah, I think they really got split up. Ash and Senna were left near the mid tower while the rest of the team was kiting down. So when the lights turn off, it's so hard to coordinate, and it just kind of got split into a 3 and a 2 stack. And yeah, Guelph did well to take advantage, got the quick kill onto the Darius, that main threat in that 3 stack, and just wiped out the rest of the team.
And once again, this is what happens when you don't have a true frontliner to sort of stop everything up. They can just go on a Darius, and there's still more than enough damage to take them down. They could have gone onto Plex and done the exact same thing. They could have done the same onto Latoof, and very likely the same thing happens. And now you see that Latoof is forced to go for this Dead Man's Plate second as opposed to an Iceborne Gauntlet. You really wanted to make sure that you're pressing your advantages a little bit more. Not the case here. And Exhaustive, though, should still be okay in the side lane, specifically against Tooth Booth. I don't really think there's a whole lot of kill threat coming through from this Galio on to the Darius, despite there being no MR picked up. But it's a very low damage build coming through from Tooth Booth thus far, and we'll have to see if that continues to develop in that way, or if there's going to be, you know, the Cosmic Drive, the Lich Bane to come through to do a little bit more damage, potentially survive that 1v1.
Yeah, he's going for the Seeker's Arm Guard instead of the Lich Bane like we talked about. So really just playing as an initiator for his team. But there is plenty of damage, especially after Lucian picking up the 2 kills in the last fight too. He has reached that 2-item power spike before the Ashe, and he was the main person being shut down. So this is just terrible for the side of Waterloo now.
Yeah, you got to be really cognizant of how strong this Lucian is, despite this sort of weaker early game that they had due to all the diving going on. They've been able to catch up. They're ahead in farm. They got a couple of nice kills. Tooth Booth, though, on golden.
Yeah, and the Nocturne ult going onto Plex again as he can just ult out. It's going to be Latoof just so squishy, instantly going down. The Senna ult is pretty good. Tooth Booth going in again, gets a huge taunt, but it's going to end up going down. Plex gets a kill onto him, and Danny gets another one. Inexhaustive is running for his life. Maple Shade going to pick up one, but Plex with another. Can he clean up here? Danny going down. Plex with one more. Quadra kill for Plex here.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, never mind. Senna ended up taking it.
Ends up being the hero that they needed in that fight. And once again, it seemed a little odd. Tooth Booth had already burned the flash, had already burned the Seeker's Arm Guard there, and then they picked the fight afterwards. And those are the sorts of fights where Waterloo can thrive if they don't get their combo 100% correct. I really like that play coming through from Waterloo. Plex holding onto his ult charges for as long as possible, and it means they're able to push in this wave, get some damage onto this turret, and of note, extend their gold lead back up to 5k. They needed 1 more or 2 more fights like that into a Baron, and then they can potentially look to end this game, but they need to hold this lead now that they've gotten it for themselves.
Yeah, it was honestly just a very questionable fight for them. The main thing with the Guelph's combo is that they can instantly one-shot that backline, but choosing to use a Nocturne ult onto the Ahri, which can just ult out, really just wasn't the best choice, and they couldn't get onto that very squishy backline because they're just 2 towers right behind them that they can walk into.
But even still, you have to be weary of these Guelph team fights. The major thing about gold leads and stuff is it's great if you have similar comps. If you are a team fight comp and you have a 5k gold lead and you're facing another team fight comp, great. Your team fights are better because you have 5k more gold of items behind that. If you've got this sort of strange pick comp like the side of Waterlooo and you've got this lead against the team fight, yes, you're going to be able to find picks a lot easier. Yes, you can potentially win those 1v1s on the side lane, but a team fight comes around and all of a sudden that gold lead doesn't matter as much, and then it's more of a 50-50. So this gold lead is more so neutralizing out the team fights, gives Waterloo a chance every single time. If they were to repeat that fight 10 times over, it'd go 5-5, but those side lanes, those picks, those plays in the jungle are going to be where it really shows off. You go for an Ashe arrow onto someone, that's where you feel the gold lead instead, because all of a sudden that single target damage you have is so much stronger.
Yeah, exactly. And Ashe has hit that 2-item power spike for this upcoming dragon. And this is the hard part, right? Actually having to walk out away from your towers into the river onto the fight is a lot more difficult. And I think they got to make sure to stay together here, or else they're just going to get picked apart like they were last time.
Yep. But now you look at the builds coming through, and Plex, despite, we'll say, a slow start to this game. I'm going to be nice here. Normally, I just say I was gonna say it was a bad start to the game. I'll be nice. It was a slow start to the game. Yeah, it has a Medjai's, and that could actually be a massive difference maker. Those Lichbane Malignants build that has sort of rised in popularity has been very strong at these pick style things. And once again, they're over investing into this pick comp. They just need to look for those. But instead, Guelph saying, "Hey, we've got the team fight comp. Come team fight us. Come here."
They don't have the damage for the Baron quite just yet. Yeah, okay, I think nothing's gonna end up happening. They weren't really in position for the dragon because Waterloo just had really good vision around the place, so couldn't really look for an all-in. But now it comes, the Nocturne ult going in straight into the front line, and they're gonna...
Oh my goodness.
It takes a while to kill that Darius. The Senna ult is huge. Scrim kills Maple Shade here, and now the fight is reset. Plex, it's his turn to go in. Tooth Booth is a sitting duck outside the Zanya, is charmed to death. Plex is on a rampage, and the Spirit Rushes are coming in one by one. Wander is next for the taking. The Spell Shield does not end up saving him. That's a huge turn for UW once again.
Yeah, and Guelph, you need to use that Baron more as a fight, like a bait tool. You want to bait them all over there before you look for that fight. But unfortunately, all 5 members were in the same place. You really thrive when Maple Shade is on the side, trying to find a flank in there, or Wander's able to go in first. And unfortunately, they just didn't execute properly there. Now Waterloo starting up this Baron. It seems as if North and Danny are going to try and mess around a little bit here, but they don't really have the tools to do so. It's going to be Baron picked up by Waterloo. That gold lead extending up to 6,500 gold. I was saying this game was going to be explosive and that the draft wasn't amazing for Waterloo, but hey, if you're able to get this gold lead, your draft looks a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good job from Waterloo, but I still feel like Guelph are just fluffing their engages at this point. They aren't able to get onto that backline. The Nocturne ults have been going on to Plex and Inexhaustive. And, oh, that's a bear running at the Lucian. He has to flash the ulti, and he is okay for now. But yeah, like those Nocturne ults, I think if they can get them onto the Ashe and Senna, then it'll be a lot more volatile with the Galio following up.
Yeah, now
Toothbooth here running. Ooh. Charm goes wide, but the bear stun hits. Toothbooth is just gonna end up dying here. No Zanyas.
Yeah, Plex is starting to get really strong here. 20 stacks with that Medjai's. There's no fear in the world. And look how fast this bear is. Latouf just sprinting at you. You don't want to see that 3 a.m. or anything like that. But nonetheless, Waterloo using this Baron very well. They're continuing to try and push these lanes. Granted, their mid wave is, I don't know, in Narnia at this point. They still got to push that one out. But the side lane is going to be pushed in here. You really want to try and find an inhibitor with this Baron and really start to bleed out Guelph at this point.
Yeah, they got so much pressure from that pick. It's going to be the inner turret going down. And I think once Toothbooth is back here, they do have to be a bit careful of the Nocturne ulting in with the Galio. That huge combo coming in. But these turrets are melting. That's the inhib gone already.
Yeah, and they don't want to overextend here. They know that that combo of the Nocturne, Camille, Galio is still a threat to be reckoned with, but that mid wave slowly but surely getting pushed up here, stacked up at their tower, so it was all the minions work there, but they should be able to get another tier 2. Can't really push in that top side unless someone goes up there right now, but even then, they're just backing off. They're going to take their resets here and spend some of that hard-earned gold.
Yeah, huge resets coming in. They're probably sitting on a ton of gold here. It's the 7 to 8k gold lead right now on the side of Waterloo. Will that be enough to make up for these draft differences that we think are much more to the side of Guelph? We'll have to see. And it's actually Ashe getting the LDR third, which I think is really big. The Nocturne, Galio, Camille, all going to be building up a lot of armor here, and it's vital for her to get through it.
And I'm interested to see what the next fight looks like. That's my main thing. It's a minute and a half away from Dragon. There's 30 seconds left of Baron. They're not really going to do much about that. I think this game can really be decided around this Dragon. If Guelph are able to execute properly around this fight, they should be able to push that advantage, find a couple more towers, and then have pressure around Baron. But if Waterloo just sort of play hooky with it, if they just stall out the fight at Dragon and wait for Baron to spawn, you give a catch-22 here for Guelph, where they have to pick one of the objectives. Do you give over Soul Point? Do you give over Baron? Which one would you prefer and flex? This isn't the right angle.
Ooh, he's definitely caught out here. He does have the Zanyas if he needs, but that's the power of the Ahri, right? The Nocturne ult is basically useless. Like, she can easily just get out, even though she was completely caught out there. And yeah, that's what you don't want to see happen in the upcoming team fight. It's actually pretty huge too. Like, this 35 seconds for Dragon, and they don't have the Nocturne ult.
Yeah, actually, for Observer, can we check on how long the Ahri ult cooldown is? Because it's not very long. I'm watching it right now. It's almost
They're
back
both
up.
extremely quick.
Yeah, you know what? It's back up. You know what? You're good to go. This Ahri's not going to be too worried about that. That's the power of Malignance as well. You're just able to get your ultimate up so much more often. So yeah, like 30-something second cooldown on that. Flex is perfectly fine just burning that anytime they need. And now look at this. Waterloo are able to get control over this Dragon first. So what looked to be potentially a fight condition for Guelph, they just have to give this up now. They didn't continue to push out those leads. And realistically, Maple Shade should not TP into this fight at all costs. Just take that tier 2 top lane turret, get the objective bounty, and even then, Plex might stop that.
Yeah, Plex with the perfect TP to stop the split push attempt from Maple Shade here. And honestly, this game is looking a lot better from Waterloo than like 10 minutes ago. They've just been able to consistently get leads, and look at that huge wave crashing into the base from the bottom lane.
Yeah, look at this. There's no one there. They're all sort of just stuck on the map, and realistically, if you can find a catch here onto this Nocturne on the fight, not able to get that. You just need to continue to stall them out. Look, the Shirellia is now being popped. Latoof is just running at them. Arrow gonna land as well.
Yeah, he should be fine. Just gonna be under that tower, but this is huge to really get all that vision around the Baron pit, clear out everything, because if they can get that vision, they can kind of just choke Guelph out of it, and you can't really get a good Nocturnal angle if you can't see them.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're just pulling them around the map. It's you've seen those like medieval torture devices where they start to like crank and they start to pull the people apart by the limbs and all that stuff. That's exactly what's happening right now. Waterloo are yanking them back into the base because of the inhib that's down. They're yanking them top lane because of the tower that they're pushing down. They're forcing them all the way back because of the Ash Arrow pick potential. And now they just continue to march down mid. 40 seconds until Baron spawns, and there's no vision for Guelph anywhere close to the pit. There's a ward in the topside jungle, but even that's so far away.
Yeah, we'll see if Baron is up on the table and if Waterloo actually want to start it, because when you have this like terrain from the Baron pit, which forces you to kind of be stuck in that pit, it is a bit difficult to play around. You cannot kite the Nocturne and Camille and Galio as easily. So maybe they just want to wait out and play for the soul, where you're not forced to play in the pit, but have like a whole river to kite with. Let's see.
I think.
Oh, they're going for it.
They're just going for it. They can rip it off.
Yeah.
They don't even need to take it.
There is
the
a ward
thing.
on. Yeah. I think they might also just look to try and get the Camille TP too. That would be pretty good. They're also looking for the picks here. Yeah. And Ahri goes back onto that side lane where she is just so safe because she's Ahri.
Yeah, it's the fight threat that you need to worry about. Realistically, they don't need Baron at all. It's better for them if Baron stays up on the map, because then Guelph continue to think, hey, we need to be mindful of our mid wave. We need to be mindful of all this stuff. Waterloo just going to rip it at this point. I don't think there's any chance for Water to get in there unless there's a magical ult into the Smite Steal, but that Baron's just withering away.
Yeah, beautifully played. They get the Senna Mist, and they can all just get out untargetable from this Nocturnal ulti. And just another extremely well macro play done by Waterloo. And now they're going to be looking to siege down mid-tower with the power of the Baron.
Yeah, you march down as 5 here. That inhib did respawn on the bottom side of the map, but look at this. They're just going to
The culling doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another turret down for them. And now they're going to be just knocking on the base from the mid lane door.
Continue to push this in. This wave is the one that you need to be really concerned about here if you're Guelph. You don't have that culling. You need to potentially burn an ultimate just to try and push them back, start a semi-fight here. But even then, you don't want to just sacrifice someone away to push out this wave. This turret, you're going to have to do everything to try and save this one, because then it's just inhibitor into potentially the end of the game.
Yeah, and Callum's got so many souls that he can hit just on the edge of the turret range. So he was able to actually chunk it down almost to half health with a ton of autos by himself. And look at him picking up souls left and right here. This Senna is getting to the point where she's stacking up. She can play that huge range and be really impossible to get on if she doesn't get Nocturne ulted.
And look at this. They might just go for the fight for the inhibitor here. No turret to deter them. The wave is already pushing in. You have to send someone to clear out that wave, otherwise you lose both inhibitors.
Yeah, and they see Danny mid lane having to clear that out, which means free bot inhib for them. They're just pulling them left and right around the map. So well played.
I'm going to continue to look for these angles.
Yep,
Slowly
but
surely.
1 minute for the Dragon now. They might look to take it back with all the gold they spent here and also just like get vision around. But like we said, with this draft, if they make the slightest mistake, if the Ashe or Senna get caught out, they are instantly jumped on, instantly dead, and the fight is over. So this is honestly still anyone's game.
Yeah, and I mean, granted, at this point, it is a 9,000 gold lead. We haven't seen the same level of execution come through from Guelph as we would expect. My biggest concern is the fact that Waterlooo reset there. They didn't need to go for that reset. Yes, you're spending a little bit of gold, but you lose all of your prio around this dragon, and now you're fighting into Guelph, which is not what you want to do. Granted, you could just push this mid lane tower, potentially push for the inhibitor at this point, and actually they have the inside track. That's exactly what they're doing. This is the smarter play. You don't need Dragon to win the game. You need these inhibitors to do so, and now you just look for the fight now that both inhibitors are down.
Yeah, just beautifully well played again. Plex actually burning his ult to look for the charm. That's pretty big, because now Ahri becomes a valid target. Hashtag ultimatum coming through. Galio ult coming. Wander going in with the knockdown just like that. Scrim is dead, but the fight is not over yet. As now the Darius in the backline, inexhaustive, trying his best. Can he get the reset onto Wander? Oh, he ends up going down. But on the other side, Tootboot gonna also go down. So it's gonna be, I believe, a 3v3 by the end of it, which means the Senna is still up and they're gonna have a last stand at the base. Guelph have to hold it down now.
Yeah, and I don't know if they have the tools to do so. Those ultimates are out. Maple Shade's down.
Yeah, and just like that, the fight is over. Waterloo playing beautifully, despite what we said was a draft gap. Getting the last kill, Plex, just beautiful charms, beautiful Ahri play to carry the team. And with that, Waterloo is going to take this. What an insane series with a crazy ending. Waterloo is going to the finals.
Yeah, there was a couple of situations there where decision making on both sides was like, what are we doing here? But at the end of the day, Waterloo, they're just able to slap them with their wallets at the end. Great stuff coming through from them. As we said, it was a very difficult draft to execute. They executed on that. They showed why they are one of the top Canadian schools at that. Guelph put up a great fight. I can't take that away from them. Unfortunately, they will be falling in the semifinals here. They'll still have a chance to get a little bit of that prize pool in a third place matchup against University of Alberta tomorrow. But our two grand finalists here will be Waterloo versus UTM. The number 1 and number 2 seeds coming into this one. It's the only way that it could end. It'll be a best of 5 tomorrow as well. So a lot more at stake, a lot more gameplay to be caught.
Yeah, and if there's anything we've learned from these past series, they're all just amazing fiestas. None of this sit back and scale stuff. There's going to be fights left and right. So make sure to join us tomorrow for that too, as we kick off this big best of 5 to see who ends up winning that grand prize.
Bye.